inflation, also some increasing interest rates. You see the German situation, economic situation is not extremely well at the moment, and there is a lack of money. There is a lack of credits, and especially a lack of credits for entrepreneurs, also for younger entrepreneurs in the sector of small and medium-sized enterprises who want to implement new technologies in their enterprises. I see that as one of the challenges. Number one. Number two challenge is something what is not really very often openly discussed, but we see it extremely clearly, and I do not know actually whether it is a challenge in India as well. It is a challenge in Germany, and that has to do something with security. And the problem I have described here is espionage, economic espionage. And we see even governmental organizations. Let me say that, and of course I don't finger point at anybody, but we all know that there are nations, even nations, agencies within nations who particularly do espionage in extremely vulnerable core points of our economy. And that in Germany, at least in Germany, in 2022, caused a damage of around $8 billion. $8 billion. And that, of course, is only like the top of the iceberg, the visible part of it. But there will, of course, be like six organizations also not involved in this terrible process. And let me also underline in Germany a very visible problem, and that is the fact, which is extremely certain, that of course artificial intelligence cannot replace humans. That means that we are desperately needing skilled human capital in Germany. As you know, we have got half a million of lack of skilled workforce in Germany every year, in order to maintain, only to maintain the economic prosperity of the country at the status we have reached so far. So when we don't have engaged people, and let me highlight here also, especially from South Asia, to come to work for a certain time in Germany and Europe, and then that would cause also an enormous damage. So I think it is extremely encouraging that we see some very good treaties, some very good contracts, and ideas to bring together, for example, Indian government and German government, and presenting here a possibility to bring more Indians who are interested to Germany, and of course also more Germans the other way around. I think we have really now the chance of a very positive climate. We all cherish the role of the economy of India, and especially the South Indian economy in the world. And we see, of course, also a very political movement forward, and we should make use of it to especially let people in the IT sector, especially from the artificial intelligence sector, cooperate more together. Let us make more research institutes working together, and then I think that brings really a very mutual benefit to both of us, for the sake of the South Asian flourishing economies, and of course also for the Europeans. Thank you again. I will definitely come next year if you invite me again, celebrating the 96th anniversary again. It is really great to be here amongst you. Thanks again, President, for this excellent welcome. Thanks to all of you, and I would be very happy to follow parts of your everybody's happy. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for the special address. Now I am pleased to invite Ms. Madhumati IAS, Managing Director of Tamil Nadu Small Industries Development Corporation of Government of Tamil Nadu and former Commissioner for Adi Dravida Welfare Department, Chennai, for the inaugural address. President of Chamber of Commerce, Vice President of the CEO, Chairman, President.
South Asia FNF, Dr. Carsten, members of the chamber, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to one and all present here. I'm indeed delighted to be here amongst you because forums like this help us know, help the policymakers like us know the pulse of the industry and the concerns and the ideas that float amongst you. The speakers before me have outlined the importance of Industry 4.0. Time and again, there had been a stress on how to scale up MSMEs. While Mr. Anand was speaking, he was mentioning again and again how MSMEs form the very heart of the GDP of any country, not only India, of any country. And take India for instance, the data goes somewhere around 6 million MSMEs are there. And this 6 million MSMEs are even now working in silos. And this Industry 4.0 is a threaten to each, and that's what is the idea that has come upon the MSMEs, that this Industry 4.0 is looming large and it is going to completely erase the minor, the medium and the small industries. But in fact, we are here to instill confidence in you people and to make it very clear to each and one of you present here that this is the occasion when you should understand that the technology that is developing here, it's going to help us a lot only when we embrace it, and we should be ready for it. How are we going to make ourselves ready for this? This is the question that we have to ask ourselves again and again. Because we still see that even after 23 years, the Industry 4.0 started somewhere in the early 2000s. And even before we know, its tentacles have been spread everywhere. And we talk about IoT, we talk about machine learning, we talk about augmented reality. And now, as Mr. Anand was mentioning, from Industry 4.0, it is slowly moving to 5 and 6, and still we are in the bottom of the rung. So, what exactly are we to do? How are we going to upscale the labor force that are with us? Is there any way to propel and accelerate the MSMEs towards Industry 4.0? The fora like this, the discussions, the conferences that is happening over and over again is to help you understand that you can do it. And you can do it when you all come together. Instead of working in silos, you should all come together. That's what we are looking for. Now, you all know that the basic theme of this Industry 4.0 is 4. That is, one is you should be interconnected, and there should be information transparency. The technical assistance has to be harnessed, and then there should be decentralized decision. This is what is the theme of Industry 4.0. How is it being done? Through the technology. But this is a challenge to us, because our main issue is finance. How are we going to, when Professor Padmanand was speaking, machine learning and AI costs 60 lakhs. I mean, that 60 lakhs to invest for a micro and a small enterprise is going to be a huge difficulty for them. So how are we going to harness the financial availability? Now, government, not only the state governments, the central government has been talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India. Then they have been developing the infrastructure through various programs and policies. You know about Gati Shakti. The infrastructure development is going on very fast. And state governments, each state government on its part is coming up with so many policies. And Tamil Nadu, you know, we are looking at $1 trillion economy, and we are working towards it. So at this juncture, it is the responsibility of the MSMEs to see that they come together. When they come together, the financial aspect can easily be addressed. The governments are here to help you out. The next challenge, I would say, is the infrastructure. As I mentioned earlier, the governments are here. They are working on the infrastructure. We tend to see that when you come together, when you come together, it is nothing but the one word, that is, you have to form a cluster. This one word is the mantra that has to ring in your minds now. You cannot work as an individual. See, the language that we speak now is about machine learning, or M2M, this is machine-to-machine communication. All this language has to change. How it has to change? You have to come together as a cluster. When you come together as a cluster, when you form an association amongst yourself, the challenges that have been mentioned is going to be thwarted very easily. It can be addressed very easily. Even Dr. Carsten was mentioning about the concerns of inflation. It's a great challenge, of course. But then I would say, we Indians, we South Indians in particular, the MSMEs here, have become resilient after the COVID. So the inflation is not going to threaten us in any way. It is in fact going to, we are going to buckle up, we are going to tighten our belts and see that our financial management is going to be much more better than what we had been doing earlier. So what I would suggest at this juncture is, please see that you associate with each other. Form clusters. Clusters not only for a particular thing. Now, as Professor Padmanand was mentioning, we have tried to form a cluster for raw material procurement. Earlier it was not done. So we thought that steel prices are going up, inflation is high, and how to address it? Just form a cluster, and the cluster will procure the raw material and it will give it to its members and others. So this is one thing. The other thing is upskilling. How to skill our labor. Again and again, this is also being mentioned in every meetings I go. They are concerned. See, the labor force is there. The machine is catching up with the labor. How are the laborers going to be, is it going to come, put a full stop to the whole of the labor community, or are they going to be up in arms? Will there be resistance towards the technology absorption by the workforce? All these are our concerns. We fear about it. But I would say, and I have been saying again and again in different forums, different meetings, that the technology is here to see that humans cannot be replaced when we upskill our humans, our labor force. And how is this upskilling going to happen? This again is going to be done through cluster. So we are working on that, and we have partnered with Gindi Association along with Grant Thornton. We are working on skilling the labor force also towards Industry 4.0 technologies. So that becomes easier. If I run a company, see, I'm an outsider, I'm a spectator, I'm a policy maker, I'm outside all these humdrum that is going on within your ecosystem. But then when we see the window towards it, we see that the flaws, the shortcomings that are apparent to us, and how to address these shortcomings and flaws? Just by coming together. Unity is our strength. Our 6 million people, we talk about the numbers is the strength for us. You need not, when we talk about Industry 4.0, we only think of big companies. We say General Electrics, we say Siemens, we say Cisco, we say of all big names are coming to us. But when we join together, when we come as a consortium, these conglomerates will take a back seat naturally. So my earnest request is, please think on these lines of coming together under one umbrella and forming clusters, and our language should change slowly. So instead of augmented reality, it should be associated reality. Instead of machine-to-machine communication, it should be man-to-man communication. Instead of machine learning, it should be man learning. Instead of Internet of Things, it should be a team over your individuals. It is not the individual, it should be the team. So you should work on these lines. Only when you work on these lines, and only when you try to harness the potential that is there amongst you, we will definitely be ready for Industry 6, not only Industry 4.0, Industry 6. And we as government are always with you. We would like to join hands with you, give you hand holding, and we see that FNF is also here to try to help us out in each and every step that we take. And Andhra Chamber of Commerce, I must say that you have done a wonderful thing by organizing such meetings where the exchange of ideas happen very quickly, and the whole day program, we are talking about various subjects which are all very relevant, and it is the need of the hour. So I really wish you and thank you for taking up this wonderful conference. And I must say, we'll make use of Grant Thornton, who is our knowledge partner, who is always ready to help us out, the MSMEs in particular, to come up in a successful way. Having said this, I would like to mention once again, stress once again, that you must have a strategical thinking. This strategical thinking is what is going to uplift us, and that is in associating yourselves together. And with these words, I thank Andhra Chamber of Commerce for giving me this opportunity to be amongst you. And I would next time, if I have the opportunity to come and meet you people, I would want to know, I would want to hear success stories of associating yourself together and capturing an Industry 4.0. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I will request Dr.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Sometimes one has to ask what you want. So this applies to industrialists also. So the industrialists are entrepreneurs who sit back will continue to sit back. So what is required is innovation, new thinking, and sort of new guidance and all. So today's context of the event is rightly for those people who want to grow in life, especially industrialists and entrepreneurs. One important thing is that the highlight of this conference brings the fact that SMEs have to get wedded with Industry 4.0 for the reason there can be different growth, different prosperity, productivity, profitability, enhancement of the quality standards as required to compete with the global level. So I am very happy for the speakers who have come this morning and given us very, very interesting and informative talk, and it is so nice. I am sure all of you will be benefited of that. And to communicate or to thank, I would say Dr. Andhra, that our President of Andhra Chamber of Commerce, and this is highlighted in her welcome address the important points that has how industry has to grow and the importance of today's talk. And one thing about I have to tell about is under the leadership of Indra that our Andhra Chamber of Commerce growing with health and wealth. Thank you, madam. Now, the talk on introduction by M.K. Anand is very crystal clear, and he has highlighted how the importance and improvement one can achieve by introducing the Industry 4.0, especially for MSMEs. Because MSME is the main background for any country for prospering and getting the competition in the global level. Thank you, Mr. Anand. It's a very good talk, very good information. In fact, to many of us, it is an eye-opener because it's a new subject. Thank you very much for that. I thank Padmanandan for his talk and making us understand what is the transformation in industry scenario and the economy comparatively with industry to industry. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for that. And as I told you, the challenge in industry is essential. Challenge is everywhere. For instance, 3 days back I had a cataract operation. So I find it very difficult to stand over that. Anyway, I am facing challenge with the glasses. So why I am telling you is, in life one should not run away, go back. It is that he has to move forward. Maybe this is one thing that what I have learned, especially in that Industry 4.0 for SMEs. Dr. Carson Klein, head FNF, is the very intimate friend of Andhra Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much, sir, for your coming here all the way from Delhi. And we are happy that you appreciated this event, and it's an honor for us. And we also appreciate FNF for its generosity and great gesture in passing the information and communicating the technology and various other subjects through different professional institutions, which includes Andhra Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much, and we would like to have continued support from your end. Thank you very much. The chief guest of the day, Madam Manpuri, she gave very, very vital, important, useful information to us, all of us. Every word she uttered is very, very useful to us. And in fact, I may not be able to communicate the same version, but one thing I appreciate you, madam. What you said is very useful to us, and I am sure that points, whatever you said, will be adhered to by our, at least by our institution. And we especially appreciate one point is that you said you will be extending the helping hand and support of our government. So it's something we welcome and we appreciate on that. And the slogan word what you said is coming together. It is something, come together, work together, enjoy together. See, that is what I'm telling, and the simple words you said and very valuable point you said. we cannot forget it. In fact, the whole topic I would like to take it and pass on to many of the people, because the points whatever you said is very vital, very important, very much adaptable. Because ultimately this is going to benefit the small scale industries, which means ultimately to reflect on the economy of the country, and it's a good job we have done for the day. I thank all the speakers, and my special thanks to the audience come from different walks of life. And I'm sure the day's proceedings, though it is short and simple, carry valuable points, which I request you to implement it in your own industry or in your own business activity, so that we get the benefit. Because whatever we get, we have to make use of it. I'm sure we will avail this opportunity, and I have to make a thanks to all the people who are related in organizing the program, including the hotel, and my thanks to the Secretary General of the Andhra Chamber of Commerce, who took big pain, and her team. And with this, I thank all of you. Wish you all the best. Good luck.
Thank you, sir. We'll get back to the program after a small tea break and resume the program back at 11:20.
Thank you so much. You answered all the dots. We'll definitely come and meet you. Thank you so much.
It was a pleasure meeting you. Once upon a time, dance day was involved with the FFF Chamber of Dance day was Tamil Nadu.
Of course, yeah, we have
I have honor in he has honor in his name. Honor and opportunity.
the movement extremely vibrant and having a lot of attention that is very Daisy, we are going to have the India conference in Hamburg under the guidance of the Indian Consul General in Hamburg and the guidance of the city, the Lord Mayor of the city of Hamburg, you know, that large community, and we are now looking for a labor market expert. always a very, very great opportunity to meet so many. Yeah, for me it's always an enormous honor to come to Tamil Nadu. It is the most progressive state in economy matters. I think we have an excellent entrepreneurship, an excellent platform here, organized by Andhra Chamber of Commerce. And of course we have here an extremely well-organized, very sophisticated and professional government, which is doing a great job, really fostering entrepreneurs in all the different sectors. And it's great to be here on a conference on Industry 4.0 because we have got challenges in that, undoubtedly. But of course, especially here in the south of India, we have enormous potentials. And both the President and the government described exactly what very healthy and good things are done here in Tamil Nadu to foster the development.
Thank you.
தமிழா இங்கிலீஷா?
தமிழ்ல பேசுங்க.
தமிழில். இன்றைக்கு ஆந்திரா சேம்பர் ஆஃப் காமர்ஸ் மற்றும் கிராண்ட் தாட்டன் எஃப்என்எஃப் ஜெர்மனியிலேருந்து ரீஜனல் ஹெட்டு இவங்களெல்லாம் வச்சு ஒரு நாள் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் மாநாடு இண்டஸ்ட்ரி 4.0 பற்றி நடத்துகிறாங்க. இதில் முக்கியமான விஷயம் என்னென்னா இன்றைக்கி டெக்னாலஜி, அதாவது நம்ம வந்து மொபைல் ஃபோனை பற்றியே பேசிகிட்டு இருந்தோம். இன்றைக்கி பார்த்திங்கன்னா மெட்டாவர்ஸ்னு வந்துருச்சு. இங்கே இருந்துகிட்டே நம்ம வந்து நம்மளை சுற்றி என்ன நடக்க போகுது அப்படிங்கிறத வந்து நம்ம கற்பனையில் பார்த்ததே நிஜத்தில் பார்க்குற மாதிரியான ஒரு சூழ்நிலை வந்துட்டுருக்கு. ரொம்ப வேகமாக நம்மளுடைய சயின்ஸும் டெக்னாலஜியும் மாறிட்டுருக்கு. இந்த சூழ்நிலையில் நம்மக்கிட்ட இருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த குறு சிறு நிறுவனங்கள் அவங்க வந்து இந்த போட்டியில் எப்படி அவங்க எடுத்து முன்னாடி வரணும் அப்படிங்கிறது தான் முக்கியமான ஒரு விஷயமாக இன்றைக்கி பார்க்கப்படுது. இது வந்து எல்லாரும் என்ன நினைக்கிறாங்க, இப்போது ரோபோட்ஸ் வந்துடுச்சு, இந்த ஆக்மெண்டட் டெக்னாலஜி, மெஷின் லேர்னிங் இதெல்லாம் வந்துடுச்சு, இதனால் எங்கள்கிட்ட இருக்கக்கூடிய லேபர் ஃபோர்ஸ் இவங்கெல்லாம் வந்து காணாமல் போயிடுவாங்களோ, மெஷினை எல்லாத்தையுமே பண்ணிவிடுமோ, மெஷினை எல்லாம் பண்ணிட்டா அப்புறம் வந்து வேலைக்கு எங்கே போகிறது, வேலை வாய்ப்புகள் எல்லாம் இல்லாமல் போயிடுமோ அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு பயம் எல்லாருக்கிட்டையுமே இருக்குது. ஆனால் நம்ம இப்போ என்ன சொல்கிறோம் அப்படின்னா, நீங்கள் வந்து நம்ம மனிதனுடைய பொட்டென்ஷியல் அப்படிங்கிறது வந்து மிக மிக பெருசு. இந்த உலகத்தை விட ரொம்ப பெருசு. அவன் தான் இந்த உலகத்தையே க்ரியேட் பண்ணி எல்லாம் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கான். அப்போது அவனோட பொட்டென்ஷியலுங்கிறது வந்து நம்ம இன்னும் கம்ப்ளீட்டாக அதை யூஸ் பண்ணவே இல்லை, உபயோகப்படுத்தவே இல்லை. அப்போ அதை வந்து இந்த இண்டஸ்ட்ரி 4.0 தான் அதுக்கு வந்து ஒரு நல்ல தளமாக இருக்கிறது. என்னன்னு நான் சொல்கிறேன்னா, சும்மா வந்து சாதாரண ஒரு ஸ்க்ரூவை முடுக்கிறது, ஒரு சின்ன ரிப்பேர் பண்ணுறது, இந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு விஷயத்தையே நம்ம லேபர் பண்ணணும், நம்ம மனிதர்கள் பண்ணணும் அப்படிங்கிறத விடுத்து இந்த மெஷின்ஸையே எப்படி கண்ட்ரோல் பண்ணணும் அப்படிங்கிற வந்து ஒரு திறமையும் அறிவையும் அந்த புரிதலையும் நம்ம வளர்த்துக்கணும். நம்ம லேபர் அப்படி வரணும். அப்படி அந்த லேபர் வந்தால் தான் நமக்கு நாளைக்கு எல்லாருக்கும் வேலை அப்படிங்கிறது இருக்கும். இன்றைக்கி நீங்கள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு காலத்தில் டிரைவர்ஸ், இன்றைக்கி நிறைய பேர் டிரைவிங் கற்றுக்கிட்டே போகிறாங்க. ஆனால் கொஞ்ச நாள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இன்னும் வந்து இன்னும் ஒரு சில ஆண்டுகளில் ஆட்டோமேட்டிக் கார்ஸ் வரப்போகுது. ஆட்டோமேட்டிக் கார்ஸ் வந்ததுன்னா அப்புறம் டிரைவர்ஸ்க்கெல்லாம் வேலை இல்லாமல் போயிடுமா அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி இல்லாமல், அந்த ஆட்டோமேட்டிக் காரை வந்து ரிப்பேர் பண்ணுறது எப்படி, அதை சரி பண்ணுறது எப்படி, அது அப்படிங்கிறத வந்து நம்ம கற்றுக்கணும். அப்போ தான் நமக்கு நம்ம தொழிலாளர்களுக்கு தொடர்ச்சியான வேலைகள் இருக்கும். ஸோ அதைத்தான் நாங்கள் இங்கே வந்து சொல்கிறோம். டெக்னாலஜியை கண்டு பயப்படாதீங்க. டெக்னாலஜி நமக்கு உதவுறதுக்காகவும் நம்மளை வந்து இன்னும் நம்ம எப்படி வேகமாக நம்ம முன்னேறணும் அப்படிங்கிறதுக்காகவும் தான் டெக்னாலஜி. அது நமக்கு வந்து எல்லாத்தையும் நிறுத்திடும், எல்லாத்துக்கும் ஒரு முற்றுப்புள்ளி வச்சிரும் அப்படிங்கிற எண்ணத்தில் அதை வந்து அணுக வேண்டாம் அப்படிங்கிறதுக்காக தான் இந்த கான்ஃபரன்ஸு. இதில் வந்து இது நமக்கு இருக்கக்கூடிய இதில் வந்து ஒரு டெக்னாலஜியை பற்றி பேசணும்னா நமக்கு வந்து இதனால் எவ்வளவு செலவு இருக்கும், எப்படி இவங்களெல்லாம் வந்து பயிற்சி கொடுக்குறது, முக்கியமாக நம்ம தொழிலாளர்களுக்கு எப்படி பயிற்சி கொடுக்குறது அப்படிங்கிறது தான் ரொம்ப வந்து முக்கியமாக எல்லாருமே யோசிச்சுட்ருக்காங்க. அதை வந்து எப்படி எளிதாக்குவது அப்படிங்கிறதுக்கும் இந்த மாநாடு இன்றைக்கி பேச போகுது. அது வந்து நமக்கு நிச்சயமாக தமிழ்நாடு, தென்னிந்தியா இங்கே இருக்கக்கூடிய அனைத்து சிறு குறு நிறுவனங்களுக்கு இந்த மாதிரியான மாநாடுகள் நிச்சயமாக மிக மிக அவங்களுக்கு வந்து உபயோகமாக இருக்கும் என்பதில் எனக்கு எந்த விதமான
மேடம் இந்த புதிய தொழில் முனைவர்கள் வந்து எப்படி எம்எஸ்எம்இயோட நம்ம இணைச்சிக்கிட்டு எப்படி அதில் பயணிக்க முடியாது?
புதிய தொழில் முனைவோர்களுக்கு நம்ம வந்து முதல்ல இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ் அண்ட் காமர்ஸ் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் மூலமாக நம்ம வந்து பண உதவிகள், கடன் உதவிகள் இதை தர்றோம். அவங்களுக்கான ட்ரைனிங் தர்றோம். டான்சிம் அப்படின்னே வந்து ஒரு தனி தமிழ்நாடு இந்த ஸ்டார்ட் அப் மிஷனுக்காகவே வந்து நம்ம தனியாக வந்து ஒரு நிறுவனம் இருக்குது. அவங்க வந்து இவங்களுக்கோட கை கோர்த்துக்கிட்டு 10 கோடி ரூபாய் வரையிலும் அவங்களுக்கு வந்து பண உதவி தந்து அவங்கள முன்னேற்றுறாங்க. அதனால் நீங்கள் வந்து இந்த புதியதாக தொழில் தொடங்குவோர் கூட எந்த பயமும் இல்லாமல், எந்த ஒரு அச்சமும் இல்லாமல் அவர்களோட தொழிலை வேகப்படுத்துவதற்கும் விரிவுபடுத்துவதற்கும் அரசு உதவும். சரிங்களா? தேங்க்யூ.
தேங்க்ஸ் மேடம்.
தேங்க்யூ.
Kindly find the father on the cap. Please.
Yeah, thanks. யாரு மைக்? யூடியூப். தேங்க்ஸ்.
என்ன மைக்கு தலைவா? மைக்கு நல்லா இருக்கு. ராட் மைக்கு.
இது எப்படி வரும் சார்? பேட்டரி
ஓ, லைவ் போயிட்டு. ஒரு நிமிஷம் மேடம். ஸ்னாப் பண்ணி
தூத்துக்குடியில் நினச்சி பாருங்கள்.
manufacturing, it may be with regarding to light engineering, it may be in several other sectors, including textiles, leather, etc. So question now is how to be competent enough to remain as partners with value chain leaders in developed countries in all these global value chains. Second one is with regard to the MSME sector in India itself upgrading to become global value chain leaders in these sectors. You know, most of the AI brains in India, AI and also the computer engineering related brains in India has evolved and Indians are leading the space, right, from Silicon Valley to etc. To other regions. You go to Europe, every other IT employee would be from India, you know, no other space. So how do we ensure that we leverage these new options and to take India to the next level is something that we'll be also discussing today. So we'll start off with the first input. Each panelist will be speaking for about 3 to 4 minutes, the first round of discussion, followed by another 3 minutes of follow-up discussions as the theme evolves and the learnings come out. We'll start off with Soumil Shahji on AML and the options for the MSME sector initially. Over to you, Soumilji.
Good morning, all of you. Is it audible? Can you hear me?
Yeah, very clear.
Oh, very good. Thanks a lot, ACC, for giving us this opportunity. And what a historic day for all of us to talk about this subject. And I'm sure by the end of this summit, we all will have a good news about Chandrayaan 3 landing. You know? And very interestingly, the subject, what we are going to talk about, especially on AI, think about the autonomous navigation, which AI ML helps, you know, to navigate on the kind of terrain, which is, of course, for spacecraft on lunar surface, which is unknown. You know, they do a lot of image processing. They take data from cameras, sensors, capture a lot of information and helps for the spacecraft. It not only does, it also helps in resource identification, you know, the kind of minerals. It also helps on a resource management, you know, the power distribution, how the data transmission is going to happen. It does a lot of predictive analytics, you know, if there are certain failures and all. So it's a very interesting day for all of us to talk about on this topic. And once again, thank you all to giving us this opportunity. Now let's come to our day-to-day operations, you know, and most of us have seen the overhead tanks overflowing, you know, earlier days, which has stopped most of the places, right? How? And that's where all this IoT sensors, all that comes in play. Let's take example of agriculture, you know, farmers in their farms when to supply the water. Now they can set time, frequency. Smart metering, we have seen the people come to our home, just do the reading of our meter and immediately hand over the bill to us. We all must have used Uber, right? One day we see for same distance, we pay 200 and another day it's 300. Yeah, it's talk about such pricing. Even healthcare, I met one person from IIT Kanpur and they incubate Nadi Pulse prognostic. What they do, they just put a sensor, they understand, you know, and they talk about what, pith and cough, which really help us to keep our health up to date. Autonomous car is also a lot of rounds of discussion going on. Even Siri, Alexa, we have seen. And let me tell you my personal experience. I got a new car and you will be surprised. One day I got an alert. When I saw the alert, the door was open. Immediately I called my daughter and said that the door is open. And that's the kind of different examples I'm talking about in our day-to-day life, which unfortunately, fortunately, we don't realize it. Now let's understand what is IoT. IoT is nothing but just interconnected devices with software and sensors to allow to collect and exchange data, right? What happens with this data? Because there's so many data comes and our typical Excel can't handle it, right? So it has to get analyzed to give us some insights, right? Now, once this insight comes, you know, there where the artificial intelligence comes where they look at certain parameters, certain trends better, and help us to take decisions. And in certain cases, even without even human interface, right? Of course, there are people talk about AI and machine learning, deep learning, reinforcement learning, but that's a separate topic. The question is how MSME can start this journey. Let me tell you, there's a bit of confusion about digitization, digital transformation, right? What is digitization? It's very simple. Your analog to digital journey. And again, to give a very simple example, earlier we have gone to bank to apply for a loan. We used to fill up a form, right? Today what's happening? It's online. So instead of that paper flow, information flow, right? Most of the companies, they have ERP, CRM. Now, moving from there, what is digital transformation? Digital transformation is nothing but, our new business model. Unlock a new way of delivering value to customer to enhance customer experience. Now, coming to pure manufacturing play, especially for MSME, let's look at each function. Say design. Today, with CAD, simulation, and you can create prototype in a digital environment, which reduces your lot of cost, time. Sales. Think about when you have a CRM with your analytics, you can get deeper understanding about customer behavior, customer preferences. Think about inventory, right? With the IoT devices and sensors, you can monitor stock levels, right? It helps in your inventory management system. It minimizes risk of stockouts. Quality. IoT does real-time analyze the defects, the variations, and trigger for us to take a proactive action. Maintenance, what it does is just give up alerts, if there are chances of failure. Manufacturing, of course, a lot of areas in terms of robotics, automation, 3D printing, it helps us to increase efficiency. Customer service, you can have a now personalized customer service, and it will trigger potential customer issue in advance. So again, it helps. And at the end of the day, it all helps in data-driven decision making. Supply chain also people talk about, right? Visibility. Panelists also sitting with the logistic, the logistic control tower. It gives real-time visibility about the truck movement. So all this, there are so many use cases, so many places we can think about, different ways to use this technology. Now, obviously, the challenge starts, right? The challenge starts first with the capex, and as per whenever start with, MSME, that's challenge. Another is a skill gap because of you require that kind of a skill, talent to retain those talent. Those are another challenge. Integration, because what happens? You have old system, the compatibility issue starts. So that's where the challenge starts. That how I will integrate it. Dr. Carsten talked about security, data security. Yes, those are the threats. Or and about the change management, because one is a resistance, another is lack of awareness. That also stops us going through this journey. And over and above, let me tell you, the biggest challenge is a mindset. Because we think that, I'm doing this business for 20 years, I'm growing, and I'm working enough. So why to adopt, why to go about it? So I think that leadership, culture, and talent, if you make it, together, converge together, I think it will build the story for better adoption. And friends, it's not easy, right? We know Japan take 35, 40 years, China take 25 years to reach to the stage where they are. And today, of course, people talk about China. Now, we have to decide where we want to be in this journey. We can't play cost arbitrage anymore. Of course, there are reports suggest till 2050, India demographic is going to give us this advantage, but do we want to play that game? Or we want to compete in today's world? And challenges are where opportunity lies, and we are happy to help, especially Madhumati ma'am talk about that cluster approach. We are happy to help ACC and their members wherever it's needed. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. I hope I'm in time.
Thank you, Samalji. We go to the next panelist, Dr. Ghosh. So, Dr. Ghosh, on your inputs on enhancing productivity of MSMEs as well as other technology advantages through incorporation of MLME.
Sure, thank you very much. Very happy and privileged to be here. I'll talk a little bit about the question that has been asked. But before that, I want to just say the MSMEs are the heart and soul of any economy, right? So we generally talk about only big corporates, but MSMEs, so many of them are real heart and soul of the country and the GDP, right? Now, earlier when you used to talk about AI or Industry 4.0, we used to talk about only big companies, right? So say Google, Amazon, Facebook of the world. And I've been fortunate to work for some of the big corporates as well. So I worked at Disney, Sony, Target and Grab, where I learned a lot of things. But then I realized, AI is so powerful and everybody can benefit from it. However, there are certain challenges why probably only some of the big corporates are using it very well, but it is not being adopted by the small scale industries or by individuals or smaller entrepreneurs. And here are the, if you want to really democratize the AI, we need to remove those challenges. So what are these challenges? I think some of the speakers earlier talked about it and probably will have more discussion on them. But I'll call out the key challenges which everybody faces, especially small scale industries, if they want to adopt AI or Industry 4.0. So first challenge is of course the cost. I think we have been already having the discussion on that, right? So from the talent to the development of those systems, the productionizing them, right, or the infrastructure, it is costly, right? So cost is a prohibitive factor. So a small scale industry, a small entrepreneur doesn't want to spend crores of rupees or millions of dollars to develop an AI system, though they know it can benefit them, right? The second is, of course, time, right? So generally, what I have seen during my experience, so at Disney, I worked for Hotstar, developing some of the systems for them. And again, when I joined Sony, we developed recommendation system for Sony Live. But what I saw that from recruiting the talent to understanding the problem, getting the data, then developing the product, testing the product, then implementing, it generally takes a long time, sometimes even years, right? And even after that, sometimes you may not see the results. And as a business man or an entrepreneur, you invest money, you invest time. If it takes 3 years, 4 years time to even give results, or sometimes you may not even get it, that's not the right investment that you want to make, right? So there will be a kind of not that dissonance will happen. And last one related to what I already discussed, effort, right? So along with the cost and the time, a lot of effort goes into the process, and then of course the question of ROI comes. So these are the key challenges why I think not everybody is being able to use it. I think as of today, everybody knows about AI. Whether we want to use AI or not is not a question, right? Everybody knows it can help us. But these are the few challenges that I saw when I was working in the industry. And then how do we solve these challenges, right? So the solution in my mind has to be something which is cost effective, right? So not everybody has to spend so much money to develop and use the solution. And ideally, it should be a ready-to-use AI product rather than everybody creating a custom model. If we have a ready-to-use simple AI product which is cost effective, then probably there is no question where all the MSMEs and others don't use that product. So with that objective, I started my company called Minerva Technologies, which is an AI-first company. And our vision is to create exactly what I mentioned till now, right? So we are a B2B company. We develop AI products for the business. But our objective is to create easy to use AI product which are like plug and play. So you know your problem, here is a product, you go and start using as soon as possible, right? So I'll talk about some use cases that we are developing and which I think MSMEs can also use. So let me talk about few diverse use cases so you get an idea what I'm talking about. Let's take one of the use cases for customers, right? So whether you are a manufacturer or retailer or other MSME, you will have customer. Your customer may be a business, a retail, or a B2C end customer. But generally what I've seen, even in sometimes big companies, you don't understand the customer life cycle well, right? So if suppose a company is running promotions and like they have so many customers, let's take a Swiggy or Zomato, generally they have a budget and they say, hey, we'll spend this much amount on promotion and give 100 rupees or $5 discount to every customer, right? That's not the ideal way to go because every customer is different. How do you know if somebody is in the early of your life cycle or late of your life cycle or churn customer, your behavior and your interventions have to be different. And related to that, can you find out what is the lifetime value of the customer, right? So not just the value that they have given, but the entire value the customer is going to give in their lifetime with your company, right? So there are no techniques using which you can calculate customer lifetime value, create an automated customer life cycle, which can really help everybody who has a customer and potentially every business has a customer, right? So that is one of the use cases that we have built models on how to automate a customer life cycle, how to find customer lifetime value. Second use case, again probably everybody will be able to relate to, that all of you will be having sales, right? And once you have the sales, for all your planning, you need to forecast sales, right? So based on your products or based on your customer, you need to predict what my sales will be next day, next week, next month, next quarter, and so on. And traditionally what I've seen, even in large companies, many a times people have an estimate, judgment, or they use maybe an Excel file, a small model with that, do a moving average, and even the advanced ones, so-called, they have moved to like statistical techniques like ARIMA. But these are kind of, we are still living in a prehistoric age because with the latest advancement in deep learning and AI, we have far better model which can give you far better results than any of what I mentioned till now in terms of forecasting, right? So one of the product we have built on forecasting where it is an easy to use product where you just go, we tell you what data is required to do the forecasting, you upload the data, that's it, right? You don't need to understand machine learning, deep learning, write a Python code, right? So that's on forecasting. Third use case, Mr. Narasimhan is sitting here, one of the largest logistic company here. So in logistic also, again, a lot of application of AI can be done, which traditionally has not been done. In fact, I was working for an e-commerce company, which was also having a logistic kind of operations, but there I saw, in terms of when the order comes, you decide which driver to assign, and then the driver checks the map and goes to the customer and delivers the order, right? But here AI can have a huge application. Let me call out only two of them. One is once you have a lot of customers, right? It can be a big customer or individual customer, and you have a lot of drivers sitting at different places. Now, how do you assign the driver, right? You don't have to do it manually. With AI, you can find the exact location of the driver, the latitude, longitude, like you can even say this exact seat we are sitting at or exact seat you are sitting at, and based on that I can find optimum distance, time, etc. And based on that I can assign the driver. And not only assignment of driver, once I have assigned the drivers, I can also do a route optimization. Google has now actually open sourced the maps dataset and a lot of datasets are open. So I can find, okay, if I am in Chennai in this location and I have to move to Bangalore where I stay in the particular location, nobody has to do any manual calculation or check the map or anything. Yeah, I can tell you, okay, take this particular route for optimum time or cost and etc. Right? So those are a couple of applications in logistics. Then number 4, in terms of documents, right? A lot of you will be having a lot of documents. And many a times reading so much document is difficult. Probably even for this conference, probably you're reading a lot of content, right? And suppose you have documents of 100 pages, 200 pages, 500 pages, it's very difficult to read them. And we have gone through all of that. We have studied during our 10th, 12th, engineering or whatever. We have studied so much. And you as businessman, you have to read so much. And it's sometimes very difficult. There's an annual report, there's a law coming in from the government, etc. So what latest AI, especially in the area of natural language processing, can do, and that is another product we have built, is you just upload your document or your set of documents or a folder, and it can tell you exactly what is the summary from the document. But in case of customer experience, it can tell you the sentiment, it can talk about emotions, it can also give the category of the document as a summary. And not only that, on top of that, using the latest some of the chat GPT and other technologies, have also built a chatbot where you can chat with the document, right? So you upload a law or you upload another annual report, it may be 100 or 1000 pages, and you chat with the document, tell me, hey, based on this new law that government has released, what will be the solution for this, right? So kind of document intelligence plus chatting with the document feature. And the last one I want to call out quickly, which is very close to my heart, is something where I have worked a lot, and that was primarily used in the online world earlier, especially in the case of media and e-commerce industry, which is something we call a recommendation system. In fact, if you use any OTT platform like Hotstar, Sony Live, or even Netflix, probably 70 to 80% of the consumption comes from recommendations. So what it is, basically you go to YouTube or you go to Netflix, you watch some content, it recommends you new content. Or you go to Amazon, based on what you browse or purchase, it recommends a new product. And now the opportunity that we see, we're actually working with a retail client in the America, where we are bringing this kind of technology to the offline world. What do I mean? So basically in the online one, traditionally, yes, you get a lot of customer data, and based on that, you recommend new product or new service or videos to the customer. But what we have built already for the offline client is that, hey, in the offline world also, you may have similar problem. For example, you are a manufacturer, so one of the client we are working for, they are an apparel manufacturer, and they sell to other retailers, right? And now every month, first you have to find out which retailer should you go to, then what product should you sell to that retailer, and how many units you should sell, right? So traditionally this has been done very manually. I have also worked in companies where people decide a top-down target. Okay, next month I'll do a sales of 10 crore, and this is how my distributors are, retailers are, and then divide the target and then push for the sales, right? But you don't need to do that. Using AI, you can find out for which particular client or retailer, what product should you sell, and how many quantities should you sell. This can come from an AI-based recommendation system, right? So with that, I'll conclude my talk for this part, and over to you, sir.
Thank you. I studied Arima forecasting all that during econometrics in Cambridge about 20 years ago. Kabhi could samajh pe nahi aaya tha, abhi bhi nahi. Anyway, but what we mean is, okay, let's come back to discussion. We come to our own director, Vijay ji, was coming all the way from Hyderabad. So Vijay ji has worked extensively with the Inter cluster and enterprises here in Chennai region. So along with other inputs with regarding to AI and ML, a case illustration on the cost benefit of implementation in the leather industry would be very appropriate.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to thank the Andhra Chamber of Commerce for giving me this opportunity to talk about AI ML. So I was just jotting down a few notes while the other speakers were talking about. And primarily the major challenge was the threat of Industry 4 to MSMEs. Now, what do we mean by threat? So there's a saying, I mean, when this Industry 4 was introduced in 2015 by Klaus Schwab, so he said that in the new world, it's not the big fish that is going to eat the small fish, it's the fast fish that is going to eat the small fish. So that is what we have to imbibe when we are talking about Industry 4. And it's pretty confusing, I mean, for anybody trying to understand Industry 4. So Industry 4 comprises of 7 technologies. So I'll talk about those technologies, and I'll also take 2 of them and take you through a couple of case studies, or rather whatever implementations we have done. And these technologies are pretty flexible, so if you have done it in one use case, it can be very easily replicated in the other industry and the process. So the 7 major technologies are Internet of Things, which we talked about earlier. So Internet of Things is nothing but where you have a lot of sensors, actuators and all fitted to your equipment, devices and machines, and where these sensors and actuators send a lot of data at a very low latency. When I mean by very low latency is in matter of few seconds, a lot of data volume is pushed. So that is what we mean by Internet of Things. And when this lot of data is coming in, now how do we make sense of this data? So that is where your machine learning will come into play. So machine learning has a lot of algorithms, a lot of mathematical techniques which will try to make sense of this data combined with the computing power that we have at our disposal in today's world. So when this huge computing power, when you talk about GPUs and all, when this GPU power is combined with algorithms and you're able to analyze a lot of data, a lot of images, that is where you make a lot of sense, a lot of inputs come from that. Now the third technology is the advanced robotics. So, I mean, our understanding of robots is where we see in the large car manufacturing plants where you have high-speed robots. But now there is something called as a cobot. That is a collaborative robot, which can work hand in hand with humans. And I will take you through one case study where we have implemented a cobot technology and how it is it's a dual use technology. So how you can use it across different processes. I will talk about that. Then we have artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is nothing but where you are taking all this data, all these images, all this data that is coming in, how do you process it to derive insights? So you suppose there is a particular process. In that process, what are the parameters that are influencing the outcome of the process? So how do I determine those processes or the parameters? Once I identify the parameters, what is it that I need to do to influence the parameters in a autonomous manner? I mean, so there need not be a control, I would say there need not be an operator, a control room operator who has to change the parameters manually. So it can be automated. So AI can do this for you. So that is what artificial intelligence is about. Then we have cloud computing. Cloud computing, all of us are aware. So where all this data that is coming in, it is very impossible and it's very costly affair to store it on premises. So what people are doing is they are uploading it to the cloud, to your Google Cloud, Amazon web servers and all. So that is where the data is residing, and on top of that data you can do all this analysis. Then you have AR and VR, that is augmented reality and virtual reality. So augmented reality is being used extensively in automotive companies where the workers on the assembly line, so they have special goggles in which there is an overlay of the assembly that needs to be done. So it is very easy for them to do this assembly in a faster and efficient manner. That is what is your augmented reality. And when you talk about virtual reality is similar to your gaming systems where you have virtual reality goggles. So it's primarily used in gaming, but it is being used in other industry applications also. Then we have additive manufacturing, which is nothing but your 3D printing, which we are all aware of. And finally, cybersecurity. So why cybersecurity is also an important technology is because with all this data coming in, it's everywhere. So how do you ensure that the data you are having, that is your proprietary data, that does not get sabotaged, like what Dr. Karsten was talking about in his address. So with these 7 major technologies which are part of Industry 4, so I will talk about 2 technologies, I'll talk about 2 case studies which have been implemented primarily in the agro sector as well as food processing, and this can be used in other sectors also. So if I talk about artificial intelligence, so let us take this example. So here there is something called as computer vision, where you have your day-to-day normal CCTV cameras which can be used to extract information. And this is the most cost-effective technology when you talk about computer vision. What we have done, in an earlier project that we have done for a client of ours, so they were having, I would say, tanks. So what happens in these tanks is there's a lot of material that goes into it. So and it is soaked in the tank for a particular duration. So at the end of the soaking process, what will happen is the product will gain weight, and the weight it gains is nothing but the yield of that product, the final yield of that product. So what was happening here is there was a lot of manual intervention, a lot of operators on the floor who had to manually remove the tubs, put the tubs back, ensure that the material is soaked for a predetermined duration, and at the end of that duration that needs to be removed so that it does not get over soaked and the product gets damaged. So what we have done here is we have installed CCTV cameras, your normal 3,000, 4,000 rupees CCTV camera, and what it will do is it will take the feed from the, so it will detect the time at which the tank was inserted into the machine, into the soaking machine, and it will also detect the time, it will also know at the end of what time it needs to be taken out. So 15 minutes prior to that, it will send out an alert to the floor supervisor saying that this tank number X is due to be removed in the next 15 minutes. So you assign or you allocate operators who can come and remove it on time so that there is no under soaking or over soaking. So this has helped that organization to realize a yield improvement of up to 5%. So 5% on a large turnover makes a lot of difference. So that is, and this is a very, and the whole thing cost us maybe a lakh of rupees to implement. And the benefit or the return on investment was exponential. So this is just one use case. And this same computer vision technology can be applied across various processes. We need to understand where this can be used, and appropriately it can be taken up. And another thing I would like to talk about is the advanced robotics. That is a collaborative robot that I was talking about, cobots. So what cobots usually do is, they are not high-speed robots like the ones you find in automotive assembly lines. So these are low-speed robots, but the advantage with them is they are not very dangerous. I mean, you need not put a barricade, you need not put a designated area where people should not come in. So this is like, I can put a cobot over here and I can work right beside it. So it will work along with me. So it will improve the productivity of the human who is there right next to it. Suppose I'm doing an end-of-line operation where I'm packing cartons. So if I'm able to pack say 50 cartons per 1 hour, with a cobot I can do 75. So I'm increasing the productivity of the resource by 50% over here. So this is the kind of technologies that are available, and also it eases the work of the human because it will not become so tiring and so demanding. And ergonomically also you can save a lot of human labor on this. So these are few instances I wanted to share with you, and I think that's it sir from my end.
These are beautiful. The learnings that we had from all the three panelists. I think we could now come on to the chairperson, Narasimhanji, for his inputs before I give the summary. Over to you, Narasimhanji.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we had a wonderful session to start with. The inauguration was good, and I would say this is very good, the session we had. Thanks to Grant Thornton for putting together a set of panelists who are very technical and who give a very simple inputs. I think that's what is required for an MSME sector. I think Professor Padmanabhan started with the global value chain. I think this is what he started off with this. When you look at a global value chain today, the MSMEs play a major role. Just because they are not only suppliers for these major industries. Today, talk about Hyundais and Fords and Nissans and all that. You have hundreds and thousands of MSMEs who are tagged on to these major industries. But the time will come. These MSMEs, if you really ask them, do we need to go with 4.0? I would say the answer is yes. The classic example is we talk about ESG implementation, which is in parallel to IoT or 4.0. Today, the environment sustainable governance, which is becoming one of the very, very important factors. So when any foreign person who comes to India, for example, in our own country, right, and they look at the major suppliers, major vendors or major manufacturers or even major service providers, they do ask, it's not only that how much of implementation they have done on ESG, for example. They also ask a question, how much of your own suppliers, right, down the supply chain, how much of it is being implemented? So the same thing will certainly happen to Industry 4.0. For example, Andhra Chamber, we felt that this was a very need of the hour, and then we formed a special group, about 6 months back, giving a lot of emphasis on ESG. So the Industry 4.0 is what is really following. I mean, the chamber is going on to what is required for the industries, in that pathway. I think we had a very good session started with Samil, who talked about IoT, sensors, implementation in agriculture and healthcare. He also talked about logistics control center, which is very important. See, the example he gave about logistic control center is what we have implemented ourselves, in our own industry. That has become a need of the hour for a reason that, when you talk about, again the question comes to the cost, which even Dr. Ghosh mentioned about, the cost, skilling, time, etc. I think, the way the MSMEs could start off was a very simple way. Go and identify the equipments or the tools which supports these IoTs, right? Which supports your, networking, which would provide, which will take you to the next level of Industry 4.0. For example, all the trucks, he mentioned about trucks, right? All the trucks and, optimization of truck routing, etc. right? We are implemented. So we didn't do anything. We went to the truck manufacturer who said, who we insisted that they should provide the services, who provide the software. So you need not have that kind of technology today, by yourself. You don't need to develop that kind of software for yourself. But you can identify, even though you are an MSME, you can identify those vendors who provide this technology, who supports them, who also commit to integrate them with your own software, with your own homegrown software, what you are implemented in your own company. You talked about 60 lakhs ERP, etc. I agree with you. It costs a lot. But you have a small software which you're running on your company, MSME company, you tell those vendors and they will come and they are willing to support you. They are willing to integrate this data and then pass on the data to your software, whom you can start analyzing. And we also talked about, Dr. Ghosh very rightly mentioned about, the ready to use some of this, software and things like that. He also gave example of cell phone usage, very simple tools. How far the cell phones could be used for your market optimization and market reach, right? I think, the Vijay also mentioned very, of course, he talked a lot about, the 4.0, but very rightly mentioned, it's just not products who we are, we are all focusing a lot on 4.0, on implementation product side. Very difficult, as he said, like all SMEs today have already machines which are being bought by 20 years back, 30 years back. We cannot afford to reinvest, right, or reinvent any of these machines. But there are some machines like CNC machines where they have already bought. Those machines could be integrated, for example, right? Another important point which Vijay mentioned was the process optimization. The 4.0, also help. It also gives you enough leverage in optimizing your processes, where you could save cost and time and money, right? So it helps a lot. So the 4.0 implementation is a gamut of products and services which you have to look for without much of a cost as an MSME vendor. And I also mentioned about the ESG group which Chamber has formulated. After, I think, hearing all this, I would certainly go back to my Madam President and Executive Committee for forming a task force or a working group on 4.0, not only for our members, but for as an industry for MSME sector as a whole, right? So this we would certainly take the help of F&F, who is here, who are always support us. Thank F&F for all their support which they provided so far. I will certainly go back and ask them for their support. And we will certainly form this group and we will take the help of Grant Thornton, who have extensive experience in implementing 4.0 in similar sectors, MSMEs especially. So with these words, so once again I thank Grant Thornton for this.
Thank you, Goshi. We have 5 minutes more to go for the session. Just to summarize, we have been intervening extensively. In fact, the Government of India has been supporting 3D printing initiatives and robotic training facilities also. There is the MSc Cluster Development Scheme, where 90% grant is offered by the government. We have implemented hundreds of projects across the country on this. So I remember there was a 3D printing initiative in the textiles cluster of Panipat. So the objective was to make, basically re-engineer or reverse engineer Chinese textile machinery components. We have lots of clusters, but we are not competitive in machinery manufacturing in textiles, excepting in spinning mills in Coimbatore. All the other textile machines are imported, including from Germany. So to make ourselves more competitive than China, the objective was to reverse engineer Chinese machines immediately through 3D printing, so that we don't have to go in through the typical mold making initiate time, and immediately produce components and upgrade our machine manufacturing industry. So Government of India is supporting this also extensively, 3D printing initiatives and clusters. Robotic training, this also has been implemented in several clusters, funded under the MSc CDP only for welding. So all this could be done. You don't need a team of highly specialized experts guiding and training the intervention. You can use it, it's robotic now, and through machines and through AI. So the whole training initiative itself, the time span has been reduced by about 70%, and the cost also by 70%. So what you find, now we come to the next question to the panelists. How dangerous is AI for manpower? That kind of thing. So, the whole AI and ML was brought in by Germany, so that Germany could again come back, Germany and Europe could again come back into the manpower-related space in manufacturing. It was all going to a developing country due to labor cost advantage. So how do we ensure that it will not be a replacement of labor? That is one, manpower. Or what is the upskilling required? We have a separate session on this. upskilling requirements for manpower in this context. So this I would like to pass on to Dr. Ghosh.
Okay, so this is a very controversial topic, right? We already talked a lot about the benefits of Industry 4.0 and AI. But I think with every technology, there are positives and there may be some negatives, right? Whether we talk about the atom bomb, it had probably some positives on nuclear energy, and now we're talking about AI. So of course, till now we probably talked about the positive side, but I think on the other side, and I will not call it negative, we have not still seen how it will unfold, and I think it's very difficult to predict the future in this area. But my opinion is probably a little bit blunt in this thing. I'll not sugarcoat it, because I think the way the technology has evolved, what I have seen, right? So earlier AI, and I think we talked about a lot of things where AI was good only with numbers, right? So we know that computers can do computations better than human. So this is one type of intelligence which was called logico-mathematical intelligence, right? Which deals with numbers and logic. So on that, computers are better, we know it. And we saw maybe within the 1980s, 90s and 2000, there was a resistance that, should we use computers or not? In some organizations or banks, people said no. We don't want to use computers because it will take our jobs, right? So I think most new technologies have been like that. So probably it, destroyed a lot of jobs, but it created new jobs. I think with AI, probably similar thing will happen, but with one caution being that earlier, as I mentioned, AI was already very good with numbers, right? So, but few years back when this question was asked, I used to say, yeah, AI is good with numbers, but there are a lot of things that humans are much better at, including, image, audio, video, text, right, which are non-numeric data. And I think one of our panelists just now pointed out they have used, computer vision to do things. What is computer vision? Nothing but using AI for images, right? And same thing is when I talked about document intelligence and all, we are saying that AI being used for text, where now if you want to write a research paper or want to write an assignment, you really don't need to write it. You just go to ChatGPT and you type, what you need to write, and it will probably give you a better answer than, even after a lot of research you will prepare, right? And probably some of you are using it and should be using it. So what I mean by that is that I think, as somebody rightly pointed out, is that, AI will probably not replace us, but somebody using AI will, right? So here probably I think we'll see that probably some of you will adopt AI and probably do better than everybody else and do a lot of innovation, create new opportunities, new businesses. But at the same time, I don't think it's an option that where you can say, hey, I'm not going to use it, I'll use my old way of doing things. So I think yes, in terms of jobs, some jobs will be eliminated, starting with the repetitive ones, but I'm saying the caution I'm adding because as of today, AI is good at image, video, audio. So I also think that even a lot of creative jobs may also be replaced. In Hollywood, if you see, the writers guilds are protesting now because they think AI may replace their job. But at the same time, we have probably need some regulation as well there, because I think one of the regulation in US also said that anything created by AI is not copyrightable. So if AI creates music, text, or research paper, you cannot copyright it, right? So that's probably gonna hinder, AI applications somewhat. But yeah, I think I conclude with the comment that yes, I think AI will replace a lot of jobs, but will create new ones. And my advice will be very simple and blunt that yeah, let's adopt these technologies for our benefit. Thank you.
In fact, one question ahead on this. My daughter's right now in Stanford, doing a program funded by Stanford and Berkeley in fact, on existential risk. So it is basically studying maths, existential risk program under AI. So question now is, forget labor. Is that existential risk for us humans through AI?
Yeah, I think that is also very much possible, right? Just like if you have watched the movie Oppenheimer, right? So when they were discussing about like whether to launch atom bomb or not, there was a question that Oppenheimer had, and he went to Einstein for the answer, saying that, hey, once we taste the atom bomb, they did not taste it till that time. And they said, once we taste it, we don't know, probably, it may cause a chain reaction, it may destroy our world, right? And Einstein said, okay, I don't know the answer, you have to find out. And actually, only way they could find is by doing that test. Before that, nobody knew. So I think one of the risks of AI is also that, in fact, I think last week, Indian Defence Forces invited me. So they had their annual workshop in Gujarat, in INS Valsura. and I was there talking about AI. Of course, it was very heartening to see that, you know, our Indian defense forces, including Navy, Army and others, are now trying to adopt and use AI. But related to that, one of the risks, especially if you're talking about existential, is I think very real. I don't know whether India is still creating it or not, but I think definitely some countries somewhere might be trying it, or they already have those prototypes, where you have probably talked about already robots, right? When you have robots, you have computer vision, and you add AI to it, right? And it can become a weapon of like mass destruction, and which can operate on a, you know, way like controlled by AI, somebody sitting somewhere. And we never know, like we have all watched the movie Terminator, right? As they say, Skynet is coming. So we don't know, there is no, I think, news or evidence of it, but I think the technologies that we have, it is very much feasible to do.
So basically what you mean is we control the machines and the intelligence also, it is fine. If not, we are going to be controlled by them, is it? Anyway, now let's come to business. You know, we have Vijayji here and Shaumalji. How do we implement this in the MSME sector? In very practical terms, we have MSMEs here. 60 lakhs is what you said is the fee for the leather enterprise that we done here. Assuming enterprises, say in Andhra chamber, offer 20 lakhs and they have the same value chain. Then you want customized value chain solutions so that optimization of the service provider. You know, you offer services like ERP, I remember when if it's ERP for 10 different units, you know, the cost is going to be the same. But ERP for leather, we used to do it years ago. You know, 20 units together working with one service provider. The whole thing became very viable. So, like we do it for, we started off with ISO, then we brought in for ERP, and SA 8000, you know, different social cognitive and environmental things. So, where this consortium-based interventions, which are value chain focused, would that be more viable to reduce the cost of adoption by the MSME sector?
So I think it's a very relevant question. So what we can look at is, I mean, our advice when anybody wants to start a technology intervention is to do a proof of concept. So proof of concept is nothing but a pilot. And since what we are trying to do here is to address the MSME sector as a whole. So if we have a particular sector which can come together and we can look at a common process which is common to all the companies in that industry. So that common process we can look at and do a sort of a pilot to get that confidence levels up that yes, this technology is viable, it is doable, and it makes sense for us. I think that would be the right approach to take is what my input is. Somil, you want to add?
And another is, this cluster approach, what Madam Madhumati also talk about. So we can who are the interested MSMEs, and we can create those cluster-based approach so that the cost, because as we all know, because we said 98% is micro. So yes, we understand and the challenges. But yes, there are now technologies become cheaper. See what it was 10 years back, and today even the barcode, people talk about that paper barcode of 35 paisa. So technology has also become cheaper, and that's why we suggest, recommend, or request MSME to adopt quickly wherever it's possible across the value chain. We are not saying do everything. As Vijay said, do proof of concept, take one process, do it. If you get ROI, invest that money again in another process. So that's how it really helps.
Done. So we are running out of time. We'll keep 2 questions for the experts in the audience and MSMEs in the audience. Please. 2 questions per theme. We have several more themes, you're aware. And please let us know who you're directing the question to. Any particular panelist, or if it's an open question?
Please. It's an open question. Actually, this cloud computing perhaps will help in the MSMEs to draw the resources from a common platform rather than individual MSMEs investing huge amount, especially in AI, which is very expensive and prohibitive. Perhaps what could be the impact or influence of cloud computing on resourcing for the MSME AI tools. And again, AI per se cannot be effective unless it is generative and augmented. Augmented AI and generative AI could only help in solving the real problems on the desk for MSMEs, because MSMEs are very peculiar type of industries where the resources are very limited, but the problems are plenty. And another thing is there should be an ethical code of conduct for artificial intelligent users and generators. And how far this AI material could be relied upon with regard to its authenticity and its capability. Even Wikipedia says it is not authentic. They add a class, a class. And another thing in respect of waste management in agriculture, AI could play a big role, particularly in India, where 15 to 20% goes waste, the produce of the agriculturists. Could you throw some light on these points? Thank you.
Sure, that's a very good question. So, coming to the first part of the question, where you're talking about pooling of resources to get the economies of scale on cloud computing, yes, that is doable, as long as the participants who are part of that cluster have an understanding regarding the data privacy and data security. So that is one part, and it is pretty doable. And coming to the artificial intelligence part, I mean, yes, like I was mentioning earlier, you can take a common process which is common to every company in that industry. So you can take the example of, say, like I was giving the example of a soaking process. So any company in that industry invariably has that soaking process. So you can identify a similar process in your sector, and we can use that artificial intelligence algorithms to solve the problem for you. And the last question, I think, which you had is with respect to the, so can you come again, the last part?
Ethics and agriculture.
Yeah, in waste management in agriculture. So I'll give you another case study, another project which we have done particularly for the agro processing. So what happens here is there are all these large, or rather this is an aquaculture example I'll give you. There are large farms. Now in these large farms, there's a lot of fish and shrimp and all these different types of this thing is there. So how do you monitor the pond so that it does not get contaminated, or how do you identify early so that there is a fungal or bacterial infection that is spreading? So how do you do that? So that is where your computer vision will again come into play. So it will help you identify at a pretty early stage, yes, there is some anomaly, there are some differences that are coming up with respect to the regular pond and the pond which is being surveyed. And that is how it triggers an alert to you, and a person can go and figure out if it is actually an infection or a fungal infection and take the appropriate corrective measures to control it.
In fact, there was a farmer who will be joining us in the afternoon likely. So they use drones to pre-identify disease in paddy and other crops in Tamil Nadu very successfully. So that the minute the drone comes in one patch of the land, drones identify the disease, appropriate interventions are made, pesticides and appropriate interventions. So this also facilitates early warning and management. And he's saying the cost benefit was very, 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 very favorable. Next, one last question, please.
Not only that, just to add, even one of our clients, we use drones for infrastructure companies because the project sites are in such a remote place to see the progress, what's going on and all of that. Absolutely. Drones has helped so much. And very interestingly, as one of our speakers talked about, all these service providers are there. So you don't have to invest in drone, you don't have to have a people skill and all of that. There are people who is giving this kind of services.
But again, we come to the same cost benefit. I remember we had a drone seminar, Smart Agri. So all the big players were saying drones will have to be transported on bicycles maybe. Now, the cost benefit nahi ho raha. Government of India subsidized 50%. Even then, Garuda, who's coming today afternoon, will say what are the problems by the farmer in adopting drones. So we'll have to customize drones on bicycles as service. Anyway, so that we'll discuss in the afternoon. One more question, please, quickly.
So the government of India already they cleared the data protection bill, DPDP bill, and for MSMEs when they are implementing AI and ML, and they are investing a huge amount. And is there any implications on implementing, because the volume of data is huge, and when it comes to privacy of data, how to protect, how they are going to protect the data, and how the AI and ML will serve it?
So very good and relevant question, and I think I can share some thoughts. Actually, I mentioned that last week I was at the Indian Defense AI workshop, and in fact the first speaker there, I forgot his name, but he is the CEO of Digital India, who is the person responsible for all the digital initiatives of Indian government. Okay, and there he actually talked about this bill as well as a lot of other things, including for MSMEs. So I think what Indian government is trying to do, I think as we look across the world, I think China is probably far ahead of everybody else, and US is doing pretty well. Israel is also up there. But I think India, like in some areas we have done very well, but in some areas we can do more. So I think what India is trying to do now is to bridge that gap. And one way to do that is, of course, to bring this data protection bill to protect the data. But in addition to that, another thing that Indian government is probably trying to do is that they're going to make a lot of data available. Because one thing we probably did not discuss in this panel yet is that even to do AI, you need a lot of data, which sometimes we take for granted. But in many cases, you may not have enough data to do that analysis. So what Indian government is doing, on the one hand, they are trying to protect the data which is private. So some data they'll make sure nobody has access to. But all other data which is not private, right? Say some data about logistics without identifying the individual person or something, they want to make it available across in their website so that everybody can access it. So I think, yeah, government is actually doing a lot of investment and a lot of initiatives, including making the data available, also making model available. One case study on that I can talk about is that in India is not a country, it's a continent, right? We have so many states, we have so many languages, and till now the AI, especially in terms of languages that we talk about, in 1/4 of the world, right, in terms of population, right? So I think the AI, most of it, when you talk about it, take it for granted that English is the language of the world, which is not the case, right? We are here in Chennai, probably we are speaking English here for this conference, but a lot of people prefer to speak in Tamil, and you go to another state, they want to speak in Kannada, Bengali, Marathi, etc., right? We love our languages and cultures. So I think one project that Indian government has done, which probably some of you can explore, is called the Vashini project. Right, so using Vashini project, they are building this NLP algorithms and tools for all different Indian local vernacular languages, and using that, whether you want to create a ChatGPT like application or even create a voice bot, right, it is possible. So they are making those APIs available for all the languages. So if you want to develop something in Tamil or Kannada or Telugu, you can probably use the Vashini API and create a chatbot or a voice bot using that. So I think definitely Indian government is doing a lot, but I think we have to also take the advantage of the things that they are doing, and together we can make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. So on behalf of Andhra Chamber of Commerce, I thank all the panelists for a wonderful session we had today. Thank you once again. So we would like to present a small memento to the panelists.
I will I will accept it virtually. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists, for sharing your knowledge with us. I hope we got to learn a lot from it. The next session will be on digital transformation in MSMEs. I would request Mr. Vijay Konduru, sir, Associate Director, Grant Thornton, to please come back and join us on the stage for the session. And next, I would like to invite Mr. M.K. Anand, Chairman, MSME and ICT Subcommittee, Andhra Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Mohammad Ilyas, Managing Director, BCC Martech, Chennai. Mr. Mohammad Zaidi, Associate Director, Grant Thornton Bharat LLP, to please come up on the stage and start the session.
A very good afternoon to everyone out here, and since morning we have been having wonderful sessions. I have been listening to some of the speakers who have been part of this journey from the very beginning, who have done PhD in AI ML, who have been scholars in this particular field, and after the kind of benchmark which has been set in the first session, I think it is very difficult to match that kind of quality of conversation, but we will try. And because we have this panel again with eminent panelists, just to have a quick introduction of the panelists out here, we have Mr. Arun Arvind. He's the head of business banking, HDFC Bank. We have Mr. Mohammad Ilyas. He's managing director, BCC Martech, Chennai. We have Mr. M.K. Anand, he is Chairman MSME and ICT Subcommittee, Andhra Chamber of Commerce. And I am Mohammad Zaidi, I am Associate Director with Grant Thornton Bharat. And my colleague, Mr. Vijay Konduru, he is also Associate Director in the firm. To start the conversation, I think we all have been given a context of what is Industry 4.0. There are 9 components, including cloud computing, IoT, and other stuff. But to understand, and this particular theme that we are talking about is digital transformation in MSME. Now, before this, in the morning we were having this discussion that digital transformation comprised of digitization and digitalization in MSME. What exactly is the difference in that, and how these two aspects are to be adopted, and what are the challenges in that? So to begin with, I would like Mr. Ilyas to briefly build on this and speak a little bit more on the digital marketing aspect of in MSME space. Mr. Ilyas, over to you.
So hi everyone. We've been talking a lot about the production side of the business, the technology and the production side. When we talk about marketing, it is marketing 5.0 is what we discuss in our industry forums. We talk about metaverse, we talk about ChatGPT, we talk about a lot of things. So when it comes to digital transformation, we are talking about not the ease of doing business, we are talking about the speed of doing business, as one of the panelists pointed out. So whether you are in a service segment or in a product segment, manufacturing your own product or selling someone else's product, or no product, no service, but still you are in a community business, and you're able to cater to your customer who could be anywhere in India, anywhere in the world, and that's precisely what we get to see with the power of digital transformation, of the digital technologies that get into place. It is actually giving power to simple, small, nimble, or even a single man or a single woman business. So an individual is becoming more powerful with the help of these technologies and can cross boundaries. That being said, taking it forward, so what is required for doing all this? So my discussion is going to be more on the marketing aspect. So what's more required here is the digital mindset, we call it. This is a very important aspect. One case study I can refer. There's one Miss Sangeeta who has a textile showroom. It's a very small showroom. I can say it's a shop in a place, it's a marketplace in a place called Saukarpet, where it is just a 10 by 10 shop, and she cannot engage more than 3 to 4 customers at a time. And the same individual, the same businesswoman now, is able to talk and engage with 2,000 on an average, or sometimes it is on a peak, 3,000 people on a Facebook Live. The technology was always available. So what's the change here is a mindset. He doesn't have a formal education to really, be very qualified to use this technology. She wanted to use the technology and reach out to more people, and she was able to do this. So in just say 60 minutes of a Facebook Live or an Instagram Live that she does, she's able to bag 10, 100 to 150 orders in just 1 hour time. And right after that 1 hour session, she goes back to packing. And what's interesting to note is, these customers are not the local people who come and buy. Of course, they are also there. They are people from different parts of Chennai, different parts of Tamil Nadu, different parts of India, and also outside India. Interestingly, she has customers who come and watch her Facebook Live even during odd hours from US and Canada. So the idea is the mindset that's really important. Because we talk a lot about technology. If the entrepreneur doesn't have the mindset to really adopt it, then it becomes a real mess, basically. The second important aspect that I see is about the training. We need to know as entrepreneurs what are the different options and possibilities which are available. Technology is not a standard component. There are different colors to technology. There are different aspects to it. So what is the color that suits you? What is the size that fits you? Your organization, more particularly, not looking at the competition. The competition has got XYZ technology. Can I get the same one? No, that may not be appropriate. What fits your value system is also very important. So here is where I want to talk about a case study. I did a project with, and the project is still continuously, is an ongoing project, with Andhra Chamber of Commerce under the leadership of President Ma'am, and also funded by FNF. It's a very fantastic program wherein we're talking about digital technologies, training digital technologies to MSMEs, more on the marketing aspect. We started this program in 2019, and so far it's been like 5 years, and we have trained nearly 5,000 entrepreneurs. And all these entrepreneurs are like very, very handpicked, very, like a lot of criteria are there to pick them up. Basically, only the serious ones are given entry. And what we have seen is most of the entrepreneurs who come to this program, they tell us this very simple stuff, like, in most of our recordings you can find it. I know Facebook being used only for entertainment or for a gossip or, just chit-chatting and whiling away my time, for time pass basically. I never knew that this could be put to business use. And during that 1-day session, and right after that there's a 10 days mentoring program that we provide, we have seen there is a recorded turnover of 5 crores from the entire lot of MSMEs that we have trained so far. They were able to generate 5 crores worth business, and this is a recorded one, and it's in fact more than that. So the idea is, those who never knew the possibilities are made aware of the possibilities, more from the management level. When the owners, the business owners are aware of the possibilities, they either put that knowledge to use either with themselves, or they get their staff trained on this, and there is a separate session on the training, skill training as well. So taking it forward, the third step and the most important thing that I see is discovery sessions. What's lacking is we are very much carried away with the technology, and we want the technology to be there without really understanding whether we need that technology. It could be a marketing technology, it could be any other technology. There should be discovery sessions from the top management to the middle management, and even with customers, open sessions to really understand where we are failing or where we can really improve. To just give you a simple example on this one case study, what Jio did, Jio Mart, when they wanted to launch their supermarket, the online supermarket, they did a very deep study basically, and then through a lot of data, customer analytics, a lot of stuff, they wanted to understand this very simple aspect, and they just came up with an offer. And the offer was very interesting, very simple. So they came up with an offer saying that, a badam of half kg is offered at 350 rupees. That it was a very profound marketing, they had a very profound marketing strategy behind it. It looked very simple on the outset. So the idea was basically, when this was out in the market, there are a lot of people who don't really buy badam half kg or 1 kg because their grocery purchase limit is very less. They even buy just say 50 grams or just say 100 grams. So when this was coming out in the market, and those who are already buying, they know that this is not offered at this price. In fact, the price is higher. It is either 400 or 450 or even 500 in some cases. So they actually, the entire logic was to attract people who are a premium customers, who have an average grocery value of, say they spend nearly 10,000 rupees on an average per month on grocery. So they were actually trying to acquire a customer who could spend 1.2 lakhs on groceries alone for a year. So one simple strategy like this could really turn around the business. The idea was to say that when these discovery sessions keep happening within your organization, you can really hit gold. And the fourth important thing that I wanted to tell you, taking it forward from here, is about niche specialization. MSMEs, especially whether you have technology, you don't have technology, still there's a greater threat. You feel really threatened by a big company, a big corporate basically. So what's lacking in most of the cases is we don't have a niche specialization. We are still acting like generalists. That shouldn't be the case. When you have a technology, you should be very much focused on what your core is all about. And it should not be against the big corporates. And it should be, in fact, in a very collaborative environment. It can really, amplify your reach and scale up your business in a much faster way. So that being said, I just hand over the mic to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Elias. A very nice perspective on use of digital platforms to augment your reach and your customer base. But in addition to this, this particular aspect, there is one very, very important aspect in terms of digital transformation in MSME, which is access to finance. And that is something which is very, very critical. In fact, there are projects which are going on in various states, which is World Bank funded. And I have personally been involved in one of the states where access to finance is a very critical component. But the problem is lack of data, formalization of MSMEs. We did this study, we found that the number of MSMEs who are registered on Udyam portal vis-a-vis the number of actual MSMEs in the state is hardly 15%, 20%. And what are the issues, challenges, in spite of having a very robust digital banking platform to reach out to the intended customer and make them avail this particular product, is something I would like to understand from Mr. Arun. He is the business head for HDFC Bank. So over to you.
Good afternoon to all, and thanks Saidi and the Grant Thornton team to invite us on this. So rightly so, the biggest pain point right now in the MSME space is basically the financing, the formal financing. I would say all of you might have the informal financing, which is upwards of probably a double-digit interest rate, but you don't have a formal financing which will make sure that your business is competitive in the marketplace, right? That is the most important piece. And just to put a perspective to the number, what we understand is that there is around 6 crores MSMEs registered in this country. Out of that, only 2 crores take money from the formal financing system. It's almost still 4 crores people still rely upon their own equity or probably some money lender or some alternate channels to make the financing happen. Now, coming to the reason why when the personal level debt, if you look at the PLs and the auto loans and the car loans, if you look at it, the individual promoters of those companies can actually get money digitally today with a click of probably 10 seconds through an app or a digital app. You can get it because of your personal data is completely digitalized, which is available to all the fintechs and the banks to process. But when it comes to the MSMEs, the challenge which we face is that most of them, out of the total number which we said, is being constituted as a sole proprietorship or a partnership. So now that data is not available in the public domain unless and until you give it to that particular financing, the counterparty, right? So that is where the challenge. Now, if you are a private limited or a public limited or for that matter for an LLP, I can still get your basic financials from the ROC and then probably come back with you and offer upfront. But that is a challenging fact when that is not available for us to do it, right? So that's still something which structurally we need to change it unless and until there is a regulatory platform to actually put this financials into this thing. bankers will still find it difficult to give something on a digital STP process which you are thinking, right? So that is one challenge which we face in terms of digitalizing the MSME financing. But having said that, there are certain derivatives of things which we can do it, like the way most of you guys pay GST, right? So when you have the GST data, banks can actually structure certain things around the GST data and then give you certain limits based on your GST details which the bank have. Then many of you must be knowing about the Udyam portal as well as, the GEM portal as well as the TREDS platform, right? Wherein you can participate and then probably the banks can finance some of your invoices on a digital basis when that is available. But let me be very honest, that will not complete the circle unless and until a bank gives you a proper working capital finance. For that, right now, probably the shortfall what we see is basically the data availability in terms of the company financials and other things, right? That is one point. On a larger side, to all the MSMEs, what I want to say is that if you look at it, right, in India, what happens with our MSMEs are that we try to operate as a converter, okay? When I say converter, is that basically, for example, we process scrap and then we try to produce steel out of it, right? Now, when you do that, the problem is that you are operating in a margin which is in single digits, including your EBITDA, right? So now, but you compare some of the MSMEs which are the vital, pillars of some of the overseas developed nations. You take Germany, for example. Germany is a country wherein the MSMEs or the SMEs thrive, right? And they are called Mittelstand companies. And they all run with a margin of upwards of 20%. And that happens because of the quality consciousness and the kind of delivery which they do. So my larger point is that to ensure the credit flow to the system increases, okay, is only happens when you focus more on your quality and try to increase your margins, right? When you are in a single digit margins at 2%, 3% net margin and an EBITDA of 6%, what happens is that the banks tend to think that this is a slightly riskier business to probably lend with, right? That is the reason you see that the credit flows are so low from the organized sector to this sector, because of the credit costs are pretty high. If you look at it, it was like around 14%, before COVID, and after the write-off, right now it is at 6% on a banking level, right? So you know that that the banks price the risk according to the credit cost, right? That's the reason you see a housing loan at 8.4, but a personal loan at 12%. It's just that, doesn't change anything for us. It's only based on the credit cost. So that's largely the point. I hope I have touched upon the challenges and what is that still within the challenges what we can do as a digital process. Thanks.
Thank you so much. One of the things, another critical issue is, in spite of very robust digital platforms which has been built by some of the leading banks, including HDFC, SBI, PNB, ICICI, and SIDBI for that matter. It's the user, interface. And micro and tiny enterprise still would like to go and submit the stock statement physically rather than putting it on the online. So that is change management is also a very critical aspect, I believe. So speaking of the change management, I want to understand from Vijay, having the experience of it, implementing these changes at the ground level. And since it has been very, very clearly outlined that India comprises of, among the entire MSME ecosystem, largely 95-96% as micro enterprise. Even within micro enterprise, majority of them are tiny. What I mean by tiny is with a turnover of 10 to 25 lakh kind of a thing. Where do we start the digital transformation? What is the entry point and what is the way in which the entire transformation can take place? And what is the methodology basically? That is what we wanted to understand from you.
Yeah, sure, Zaidi. So if you want to talk about how do we start the journey of digital transformation? First is, again, I'll come back right to that basic point. Look at that process which you want to start with. That is the first one. And the obstacles which you will face, I mean, when you take this up, are the resistance to change. Because people are so used to working in a particular way and a particular time that they will first resist any technology intervention that is being thought of. And even when that is taken up and it has been decided that yes, we will go ahead and try this out, people will try different methods to sabotage. That has been our experience. Technology, I'll give one simple example where we tried to implement a mobile application. So when this mobile application was implemented, so this was for a gate-in process for trucks that are coming into a particular facility. So what used to happen there is all the person or the security person had to do there was just enter the time at which the truck came in. So there were just two data points that he need to enter into the app. Now, when the progress was getting reviewed, it was identified that yes, at the security itself, the step is not taking place. Now people started blaming that the mobile application is not working well, it has a lot of bugs, it is not up to the mark. But when a deep dive was done actually, what was found out is that the Wi-Fi signal was very weak. So then when it was pointed out that yes, the Wi-Fi is the actual culprit, it's not the mobile application. And then when it was again, training was given, people were again taught that yes, you need to go through this checklist. First you need to check whether the mobile Wi-Fi is working or not, whether your mobile application is opening up or not, whether all the fields are getting populated or not. So it is a lot of training, a lot of, I would say a lot of awareness that needs to be created. And also you need to make the stakeholders in the process aware of what their contribution is when they're being asked to undergo this change in terms of adopting a new technology. So I would say maybe three things. One is your resistance to change, awareness, and giving the right amount of training. And a lot of, I would say a lot of sessions you need to do, especially at the ground level, to ensure that people understand what this is about and how to go about doing this. So,
Thank you, Vijay. Very, very interesting perspective on that. In fact, one of the examples that I can think of is there was issue in terms of adoption of one particular system, and the system was passed on and implemented, but somehow it was not working because it was as simple as the entrepreneur who was using that particular system was using on OS and on Apple platform, and the technology which was developed was meant for Microsoft platform. As simple as that, there is these are some of the glitches. And taking that forward, I would like to understand from Mr. Anand, from his vast experience, what has been the pain point in terms of implementation of these technologies and the transformation which within the micro and small and medium enterprises, and the biggest issue, addressing the elephant in the house, which is change management. And also, I would like him to summarize the session also. So over to you.
Thank you, JD. Very good afternoon. I know that it's a lunch time, so I would like to look at the whole stuff from your perspective, as if I am the MSME entrepreneur running my own industry. And how do I look at the whole conference, or how do I look at the learning that has been shared by the experts here? If I were you, I would like to look at as your mind voice now. First of all, do we want to really transform? It's the first question I'm asking myself as an entrepreneur. If I have to transform my business, whatever I am, I need to know where the gap is, where I am today, is the first step towards the whole conference objective. Where I am today and where I should be where I am today to where I should be, there is a path. There is a lot of exercise have to be done mentally at your office when you go back. Have we all done our own internal analysis about where we are today in terms of technology, in terms of implementation of technologies? That itself takes quite a bit of time for all of us. Because we never sit back and relax and think about where are we today. Because all the time we are running and running and running for our day-to-day survival. I'm talking about typical MSME parlance. Since we are not able to sit back, relax and understand where we are today, we are unable to really embrace any new thoughts are being shared by the different experts and different conferences. We go and attend various conferences and workshops, but we are unable to really embrace them. It's only a superficial knowledge sharing or knowledge acquisition exercise that we do it with a lot of interest, of course. A lot of people out there are not attending. You are here, that itself shows that you are ready for transformation. I must really share, real appreciation to you. Once we understand what we are and where we should be, then we also eventually would be able to think through where we ought to be, OUGHT, where we ought to be. That is going to be the final version of our journey. Imagine an MSME, irrespective of the industry and sector that we represent, we have been running business for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. Probably the top line and bottom line not increasing. I've been doing, let us say, 1 crore, and I've been doing only 1 crore for the last 4 years, 5 years, 6 years. But the market is actually going faster than the marketing that we do. The technology which is going faster than the technology that I adopted. Everything is going faster. Even the new generation of employees are coming up with the different expectations, quality of work, technology-based office atmosphere, but we are unable to really catch them. And they're all actually staying for a few months, few years, they move out. Why? Because I have not changed it. So the fundamental transformation that all of us as an entrepreneur, I think, should be able to see is to first find out what are the gaps that we have as a management. Once we understand, this is what we call in management parlance, change management. Once we understand this, imagine these kind of conferences normally happens at the corporate level. Today, thanks to Grant Thornton, all the experts here, today we are talking to MSMEs, which means they have realized, I would say, the industry has realized that this is where the market is. So there's a market for all of us, right? As experts. So we are the market for all these biggies, people who are selling software, they're ready to even democratize the whole software. Why 60 lakhs? Why not as a subscription model? Why should I go for CapEx? I go for OpEx, cloud computing, SaaS, software as a service, platform as a service, infrastructure as a service. Everything becomes service. You just pay only. Yesterday I was talking to one software as a service organization in Bangalore. They said you're receiving calls and you have an inbound call management team at your office. How many calls you receive? I said we are receiving about 120 calls, something like that. He said, okay sir, how many calls are fresh calls? How many calls are follow-up calls? How many calls are proposal calls? How many calls are order closing calls? Do you have a track? Yes, we have a track. Only the caller, the telemarketing person who has to update in my CRM. No, they don't have to really update. There's an app available and you will come to know how many calls, fresh calls they made, how many calls follow-up calls, how many calls quotation calls, how many calls order payment calls, how many calls are junk calls. Today the product is available for 700 rupees per user per month. Gone are the days, we all depend on the human intelligence to update us. Today technology is democratized, it's available as a OpEx, not as a CapEx. That is why since morning even Professor Batmanand was saying that you don't have to really worry about investment. Remove that barrier if at all we have. These are all technology only for corporates and multinationals, not for us. No, they are available for us. So the change management is the first step. So I have created 3 steps that I wanted to share it with you. First one is a learning. Of course we are doing it here. And we go and attend a lot of workshops and programs online. Once the learning happens, after the learning what happens when we go back? We need to really create process out of the learning that we have undergone today. Or these kind of workshops. How do we create that process? We need to have a small technology team in the organization. Maybe entrepreneurs themselves can get into this, or create one or two the new fresh people who join your organization who are tech savvy and youth, more of power. They know better than many of us actually speaking. So if you can create one or two or even outsource team as an intern from the nearest college as a youth, catch hold of them, create a small team, they will be able to create a simple process for you. As the earlier panel, the speaker said about the AI products. Today, just to quote an example which I've experienced personally myself a couple of days ago, that for my home, exterior, I wanted to change. So I approached one architect. He gave me a bombshell of a proposal for the design. That is only for the idea that he's going to generate, not a solution. And then I bumped to somebody, a person who was good at AI. He said, no, just go. There's a prompt engineering. You have remodel.ai. Download that AI. Take your exterior photograph. Put it in remodel.ai. And choose all the patterns that you have in your mind. And it will give you multiple options. It gave me multiple options. Today I am not going to the, sorry to say, the architect. I created my own exterior design. I'm only looking for a service provider to come and implement it. I have the end product available as a visualization. Somebody has to come and do it. That simple it is. If you have to automate your sales and marketing, supply chain management, customer, relationship management, HR relationship management, recruitment, every single operation of an MSME, we don't have a lot of people working in the company. The owner himself does every job. The director of the company himself does many jobs. So we can actually go for these alternates in terms of embracing this technology to be able to implement. So this is second level is process. Third level is once the learning done, process done, automatically customer satisfaction improves. When the customer satisfaction improves, I am talking about PMS here. Indirectly, if you could really see the balanced scorecard. Once the customer satisfaction improves because you are able to immediately respond with these technologies, naturally your financial top line and bottom line eventually will increase. So ultimately, even balanced scorecard of HR always says learning followed by process, followed by customer satisfaction, followed by financial benefits or financial turnaround. This is a step one process. Step two, I look at it as a tech associate. As I mentioned, you can have one or two tech associate. You can have your own friend, daughter, son, whoever it is, your friend can be your tech associate. And then please ask them to visit the nearest competitor or a fraternity, same fraternity for that matter, people who implemented these technologies in their organization. We don't have to really reinvent the whole wheel. There are already out there, some people are doing the same exercises, the same industry. If you can ask them to visit and do a survey, you will get to know. You don't have to really reinvent the wheel, you don't have to hire a lot of people, pay a lot of money, nothing. Just take the intern, give the project, go and find out how they implemented and what they implemented. So you will have a blueprint. Third, one that is done, then you will have to have one DT, which is digital technologist I would call, to be with you, to be able to structure what has been learned from the marketplace, all the tools that they have talked about, and then create your own internal strategy for your business. Once that is done, we go to the third step. The third step is creating short-term, mid-term, long-term goal and start jumping into the execution of things, not just about learning. Execution matters most. That's why there's a book called Execution which talks about execute and execute and execute. Otherwise, it's only a knowledge share. We acquire a lot of knowledge, but we don't implement it. So fix the short-term, mid-term, long-term goal and take this technologist to implement certain basic tools in sales and marketing, in customer relationship, in HR, recruitment, supply chain. Once all these are integrated, you will see a dramatic change the way the organization is functioning every single day in your business. This is how the slow and steady steps one can really get into as a starter. So there are 5 steps to summarize. One is yet to start people. Please go and learn. If you already started learning, then start a form of a single small tech team, tech advocacy team or technologies team, and let them go and explore the tools and techniques that are being already implemented by several organizations. Step number 3, create strategic framework based on the learning that they've undergone in the marketplace. Step number 4, come up with annual operating plan with a short-term, mid-term, long-term. And then step number 5, create milestone timelines and do robust, strict weekly review meeting of what has been learned, what has been created as a framework, what has been implemented, what are the lacuna. If you have an issue, catch hold of experts like Grant Thought. I hope you are able to help MSMEs. Catch hold of experts and see where we are moving. If you are able to do this, I am able to do it in my own consulting fraternity. I do a lot of consulting work for SMEs. Every single day I meet about 3-4 MSMEs coming to my office. If I am able to do that in consulting space, why not in your manufacturing and retail and things like that? So with this, I would like to kind of taking the summary note where Mr. Muhammad Ali has talked about the speed of business. That's a powerful word he used, speed of business. So this is where the gap is. We are running business, but we are not at that speed. If you are able to identify what speed you are, so please do the health check of your business, speed check of your business. You will come to know where you are today, maybe 10%, 20%, but we have to go a long way. Number 2, he talked about digital mindset. I always ask this question to MSMEs, are you an MSME or digital MSME? If you are just an MSME and not digital MSME, which means you are ready to start. If you are digital MSME, in what way you are implementing all the digital technology in your business? Do a proper check. Second thing you addressed on, FB Live example of Saukarpet Sangeeta. That's a wonderful case study. Then third point, he covered about training and learning. Of course, that's happening through various forums like Andhra Chamber regularly does that. Then discovery sessions he mentioned beautifully, which means after the learning, the discovery session begins. Then he said beautifully, which is happening today. You see every time when you open Facebook or when you happen to see learning, the speakers were teaching a lot of stuff, trainers and coaches. They say we are only 2 people, we are doing 5 million. We are only 1% organization having 10 automated tools, we are making so much money. So many people are talking about it. He talked about the same context here for MSMEs. Be a niche specialization, a specialist in your business. Don't be a generalist, but a specialist. These are the points he covered. Of course, Vijay covered, Mr. Arun covered. I just want to share, Mr. Arun, it's not just about today we have to borrow money for debt fund. Gone are the days. I'm sorry to say this. Today SME IPO is available. SME exchange is available. It's just not for big company making a lot of profits. If you are even doing a 3 crore turnover with 1.5 crore asset, with about 10 to 12% of PAT that you're able to create, and you are ready for free money coming from SME exchange. I hope many of you know there are 449 companies listed in SME exchange by BSE with the 80,000 crore market capitalization. There are 14 startup companies have been listed in SME exchange with zero investment, zero profits. They're all startup. They are listed in SME startup IPO listing companies. So you can actually aim for even free flow of money coming from SME exchange. Not that everybody can afford, but you can still try this option out. And he talked about one important point Mr. Arun mentioned and also Jairdi mentioned, that there are 6.3 million companies in the country. Only 15% of the companies registered with Udayam portal. The biggest challenge which I always see experience is, we are not visible to the government platforms. We are not visible to the government system. When we are not visible to them, the services, the policy that they're making will not reach to us. So unless we go register ourselves with the GEM portal to everywhere, I think we'll be having more access to those schemes and policies. Finally, Mr. Vijay, you mentioned about resistance. I think I covered on the change management. And awareness creation, you said second point. Third, you said training. I think all of these points are covered in this session. I hope this is useful to you. Thank you.
The only one point, on the SME exchange side, just to that, not to try to market banks, right? I'm just trying to say this. If you look at the cost of your funding, right? Whichever models you look at it, the cost of equity is the highest cost, right? So my suggestion would be always is that debt is something wherein you pay a fixed coupon, okay? Equity is something wherein your upside is like, see for example, what if that you are giving 20% of my company today at a certain price instead of borrowing at 8%, and tomorrow when that 20% become 10 times, right? You still pay the bank 8%, right? I will not ask for an upside in equity. So I'm just saying that, see, it's very good. It's a good platform. When you think you are matured and then you feel that there is a project and this thing wherein probably funding is difficult, I think that is the time you need to do this thing. I think you should keep your equity precious, okay? Because that is the highest cost one, okay? So I just thought that I'll just tell you. Sorry to clarify that point. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's always a chicken and egg question.
No, I think, I think the promoters know well that, whether equity or debt is better.
Absolutely. Couple of quick questions from the audience and then we'll close the session. We have the mic.
Please, sir.
Actually, my question is, instead of going in for new MSME companies, stand-up, start-up, etc., I was head of retail loan and credit management in a nationalized bank, and I retired. Where I have seen places like Ambattur Industrial Estate, Gindi Industrial Estate, Hosur Industrial Estate, and Tirupur, there were so many MSMEs, they were annihilated. For some reason or other, maybe COVID one reason, non-delivery of credit on time, there are hundreds of reasons. So is it not the time for the Andhra chambers to see that how these small-scale industries got them annihilated, could not survive in a very competitive field, because technology is a wide elephant. All MSMEs cannot afford. Even for the survival, they are swimming day in and day out. So much so, a study with like IIM can do. Why? How come that these already created MSMEs could not survive? For what reason? Not necessarily for finance. Maybe I have seen mismanagement or whatever, diversion of funds, etc. But is it not necessary to do a study so that the people who are coming into this fold from now onwards will not commit the same mistakes which they have done? And it will be a great lesson. Perhaps Grant Thornton may take it up as an academic exercise and help us, the industry, to see that what are all the eventual problems, potential problems, challenges, and try to be away from that. It is my suggestion. I would like to take your call.
Thank you. If I may take this, because this is exactly what we have been doing for one of the states. For reasons I cannot reveal the name, but we are in the process of developing an app which will give an early warning signal based on certain parameters like consumption of your electricity, your GST returns over a period of time, probably a quarter or two. And then a warning signal alert will be given to the DICs, District Industry Centers, IPOs, and they will go and visit the units, understand what is the problem. There are financial problems, there are non-financial problems, right? So you cannot have one solution fit all kind of a thing. So that customization is also being built. And that is where we are using the app, we are using the technology, and state at a government level this is being done, right? So we are in the process of doing it. We are also collaborating with the various other governments. Even we can collaborate with at our enterprise level also. So this is what is being done. Yeah.
Yes, so from the banker's point of view, we look at the accounts which has turned into non-performing assets, right? And wherein we take certain findings from that, and then we always apply when it comes to the new credit assessment. See, the larger problem today is that we all need to understand as MSMEs is that if you are going to rely on the subsidies and the supports from the government, it is going to stop at one point, right? Now, when we assess many of them, that's the reason I said exactly the net margins and other thing. If I take away that 3 or 4% margin which the government is giving on the interest subvention and the export subsidies and other thing, today many of them are non-competitive the moment that is moved out. So you cannot build a business based on a subsidy flow from a government, right? So that's the one basic mistake people do. And the second one is obviously sometimes people want to chase growth, people are mistimed the cycles, those things happens. But rightly so, bankers also can give a lot of inputs in terms of what went wrong in the past and then what we are seeing currently. But largely what we see is this, we need to see that, like the way he said, we need to be a niche player with a better margin so that you will take care of the volatility in the markets, which will be continuing, This market is going to have volatility every year going forward. So unless and until you don't have the margin built up and the kind of liquidity with you, then it will be difficult for you to see through that particular period. So that is a more important thing on that side, yeah.
I like to address from chamber perspective to Sir's question. I hope many of you know that Andhra Chamber of Commerce, we have every second Saturday, we have something called FCS. It's called Free Consultancy Services. We have been doing for the last 50 years. And Professor, you said, the industry institution connect that we have been talking. So we have kind of signed up MOU with colleges in and around Chennai. We actually love to do like what Mr. Narasimhan said in the earlier panel discussion, in consensus with FNF, that Andhra Chamber today, now we have aligned with Grant Thornton and we are trying to offer whatever the service that we can do. Going forward, we can step down and associate with the other association, industrial associations. Could be like Tirupur or Ambattur or Marimalinagar or Tirumudivakam or wherever, Gindi or wherever it is. We can go one step forward and sign up with the local association, connect the institutions, use the students. We have a youth power for the survey and the analysis, business analytics, and then bring out a paper back to the policy makers. So this is where the problem is, the real problem is, and what are the possible solutions from the experts who are here. I think we can really connect the dots, the last mile issue that all of us are facing at the industrial level. I'm sure your point is well taken and we will work on that. Thank you.
One more question, one quick question. We'll not spend more than 2 minutes. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Professor Ramanan. I am ex-GM of SIDBI and now working as Professor of Practice with VIT Vellore. So thanks to Mr. Anand, who has summarized in very clear terms what are the steps to be taken by MSMEs to become digital transformation. Actually, this has been taken very well in our curriculum itself, while revising that board of studies, whatever the syllabus we are having in the university. And when the students are going for internship also or project work, we select only those companies where there is not much of digital transformation has not taken place, so that the students who are having the advanced knowledge of this subject, as Mr. Anand said in the beginning, that they should find the environment congenial for their working. Otherwise, they will leave the company. Because today the youngsters are not like that, our own generation. They know much more about technology. So they would like to work only in a technological environment. So as Mr. Anand said it, we incorporate in the curriculum itself, and so that these students, when they go for internship, they put their inputs to those companies, and many of these companies have successfully implemented this transformation. Second thing, Mr. Mohammad Ilyas mentioned about that example in Saukarpet. I really appreciate that how that lady could make her turnover much bigger than what it was earlier. I was a director of finance of Achi Masala. There we started the online. Now it was not picking up much. Then the consultants are appointed, like not Mr. Anand, but some other people are appointed. Then the turnover today, if you see, it is more than 50% of the shop sales. It is picking up, actually speaking. So many of these MSMEs have started doing this job. And third thing about this, I should praise Andhra Chamber here for taking the lead in promoting that entrepreneurship, and also from the students, so that many of the colleges, they have signed MOUs, as he said. So in the same way, BSc also, that SME exchange, they have been organizing the program, and they have been rather explaining through the BSc representatives and all that, bringing them to the fold. So though Mr. Arun, I am also a former banker, debt is cheaper than equity. That's a proverb we have learned in the business schools. But still, today equity is available. And if they have got more equity, naturally their borrowing power increases, you know that. 4 to 5 times the TNW you put it. So naturally, if they are able to raise about 10 crores, naturally the turnover will go up and all that. Though still debt is available to the SMEs. So Under this scheme only, the Mudra loan scheme was brought. I am the state coordinator appointed by the Finance Ministry and on behalf of SIDBI. And Tamil Nadu is number one in respect of Mudra loans. More than 3.5 crores borrowers under the scheme, which no other state has achieved. So to a large extent, the gap between that MSME registered and that you said, about 6 crores only 2 crores are availed, 4 crores are not availed. The gap is very much less in Tamil Nadu. It may be all India figure. But as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, the awareness is very high because we have seen by organizing the camps at various places, it has been very high. Though there is still a gap. I don't say that all the MSMEs have got bank credit. Not like the Jandan scheme or Jandan Yojana. They are all of them are not being covered. But still, in Tamil Nadu, the percentage is much higher. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We can close the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists, for sharing the knowledge with us. Now I would request Mr. M.K. Anand to present the mementos to our esteemed panelists, Mr. Mohammad Ilyas, Mr. Zaidi, and Mr. Arun Arvind. So we'll resume back the program after the lunch break at 2 p.m. Thank you.
shareholders, which has predominantly been in this area for a while now. It's the largest stakeholders that companies need to engage with, right? So when I say stakeholders, it's basically
Hello,
the entire
hello,
set of
hello,
people
hello,
that
hello, hello,
company
hello,
engages with
hello.
on an ongoing basis, so be it
Hello,
any
hello, hello,
suppliers, be it
hello,
customers,
hello, hello,
be it
hello,
any
hello,
employees,
hello,
right?
hello.
So you need to take into consideration all these employees, the customers and the suppliers that you engage with on an ongoing basis while you're trying to grow your company. The next aspect is the planet, obviously, which is the environmental side of things. All companies require natural capital to grow, right? Be it the water that you take from the ground or the emissions that you produce as part of the overall business process that you do. You need to ensure that it's being done in a sustainable way so that the natural capital is something that can deplete, right, if you go beyond a certain point of using it, right? So it needs to ensure that you need to take into consideration these aspects as well. So in short, ESG is nothing but conducting business responsibly while ensuring that you take alongside with you the people and the planet when you're trying to grow the business. Coming to the relevance of ESG, right? It's the buzzword probably been in the news for the last few months and even years, right? Why is it very relevant for MSMEs? I'll probably think about it being relevant from three broad factors, right? One, regulation. Regulations are evolving from an ESG perspective, both in the domestic and the international markets. So where are these regulations coming from? As part of the broad commitment that each of these countries have given, right? Basically, they want to contain the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees by 2100. Every country has set a net zero target. So for instance, India's said that they want to achieve net zero by 2070. For India to achieve net zero by 2070, all sectors, all companies that are operating in India have to start to reduce their emissions, right? So that's the process where it all began. To kind of bring the process into practice, what basically happened is there are a lot of regulations that are coming up. For instance, the BRSR is a regulation that's actually come out, which actually mandates the large companies to start to disclose about their sustainable practices. You may ask, it's large companies, how is it going to impact an MSME? Well, it's likely to have a cascading effect, right? If you look at BRSR, it's built on the 9 principles of responsible business conduct, right? So one such principle basically ensures that you ensure your value chain also goes along with you when you're trying to build a sustainable business. So as part of this, all the companies which cater to these large corporates have to start disclosing on sustainability practices and probably even inculcate some of the sustainable practices which these large companies want MSMEs to start to integrate. For exporters, predominantly EU-based exporters, is going to be far-fetched. For instance, there are a lot of strict regulations that are coming out in the market. For instance, there's a regulation called as the CSDDD, the Corporate Sustainable Due Diligence Directive, that is coming out in early 2024, which mandates all EU-based companies to monitor and regulate and conduct due diligence across the environmental and social aspects of their entire value chain. So if you are an exporter exporting to EU, then you will obviously have to ensure that you align with the sustainable practices that the parent company that you're letting out to basically need to align with, right? So there are various E&S considerations which these companies will start to integrate as part of their supplier code of conduct, and also all of the contracts that as a supplier you will need to sign. You will need to ensure that you align with these aspects. The second aspect, we did have this discussion, right? The access to capital. So there was a vibrant discussion which we had between equity versus debt. Be it equity or debt, ESG is getting entrenched in both. So as investors, people are starting to look for sustainable companies. They're starting to look for sustainable business models where they're trying to invest from an equity perspective. And banks or all the financial institutions that many of these MSMEs reach out to as part of the loans have started to consider E&S risk as part of their lending process and decision-making process. In fact, it's not just their decision. RBI is actually starting to think about mandating regulations to basically push E&S considerations as part of the credit decisioning process that banks generally tend to do. And there have been consultations papers that have been passed out in the recent phase, right, where banks will need to start to think about integrating E&S risk. So the third aspect why it's important for MSMEs is obviously the long-term resilience, right? So sustainability comes with its own set of benefits, right? So you have a sustainable product, you're going to have a reputation in the market, right? And also there is this ongoing climate change impact that's happening. So you build up resilience business to ensure that all of this impact gets integrated in your business strategy and you future-proof your business to most of these impacts, right? So for instance, flooding is something that's starting to happen across India. So is it something that you're actually considering as part of your business operation when you're trying to think about your financials, when you're trying to think about a business continuity process if you have? So these are some of the aspects that you need to start to think about when you're trying to integrate ESG within your overall business strategy. I'll probably pass on to the next speaker to see share their valuable thoughts on smart manufacturing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vignesh. It's a good presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us the chairman of the session online. I think it will take some time for her to join here. In the meanwhile, I would request Mr. Srinivas to come online. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we're able to listen to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, fellow. Good afternoon to fellow panelists, and I don't see the audience, but good afternoon to audience as well. If you have to talk about smart manufacturing, yeah, thank you. If you have to talk about smart manufacturing, now digital transformation 2.0 has kicked in the last 2-3 years, and manufacturing industries have been slow to adopt to digital transformation, as opposed to, for example, automotive industries or pharma industries, which mandate digital transformation adoption. So they've been quick to adopt, whereas manufacturing companies have adopted process and systems far better than digital transformation. Having said that, if we have to contribute a significant portion of Indian economy from the manufacturing sector, which is currently at 16%, and we have to go at 21% as envisaged by the government of India and others, we need to really adopt the technology in terms of how we transform our businesses, how we transform our manufacturing. Having said that, MSME sector, obviously the adoption will be much slower because of a lot of other challenges that creep in. But this digital transformation that we talk about can be adopted by small industries and medium and obviously large scale industries. The tiny industry, the micro industries will be difficult, but the baby steps have to start at some point of time. When you talk about digital transformation 2.0, the obvious benefits that that we can think of is, one is in terms of decision making. Manufacturers who have implemented digital transformation strategy get to enjoy efficient data handling, data processing, good analytics, and advanced decision making, which is all required for the companies to sell in the e-commerce segments, or perhaps to harness the ERP so that they streamline the processes, or to their own customers as well. When I talk about digital transformation, another benefit that comes to me is production efficiency. It is totally linked to technical innovations that we do in our company and the processes efficiency we bring in, and also with the price of land going up, the price of the building going up, the use of floor space also can be optimized and efficiently done with digital transformation. Apart from that, we also have a 360-degree view of our operations, our processes, our systems, our inventory, our WIP. We'll probably have complete better control, having a 360-degree overview of all this, provided we implement this technology of digital transformation. We'll come back to what technologies we need to implement. In terms of overall optimized costs, obviously digital transformation is going to be investment heavy in the beginning, but when you look at operation costs over a period of time, it will offset. And then we'll have more time in terms of focus on the customer. Our quality of product will be enhanced, so obviously our customer could get a better quality product from us. And then finally, the most important one is the enhanced safety that is provided on the shop floor to all the workmen that are working on our shop floor. These are a few benefits that come to my mind immediately. But when you come and look at challenges, there are plenty of challenges that we need to look at. It's not very easy to adopt digital transformation. The first question that comes to our mind is, should we adopt all the technology at once, or should we do it in bits and pieces? There is no one mantra that will suit everybody. We need to figure out what is the DNA of the organization, how much of it can be consumed by our people, how much of change management can the top management people can breed. So all those things have to be considered, and then only we need to go in for digital transformation. Challenges, first one is This digital transformation or adoption should be from top down. It has to come from the management level, MD level downwards. It cannot be bottom up. So this is something that needs to be understood. So obviously the top management has to be involved in day-to-day affairs to ensure proper implementation of the digital transformation. And we need to realign the complete IT department because no technical transformation is possible without proper tuning of the IT related processes, the IT department structure, the technology stack, all that needs to be aligned. So obviously we need to take the IT department into confidence. We require to bring in change management by having a personal support. That means we need to bring in the change process, workflows, schedules, responsibilities very clearly defined. And we need to obviously upskill and reskill our employees so that adoption becomes easier. And most important one is the budget limitation. Digital transformations can cost from a few lakh of rupees to few crores to few hundreds of crores. So we need to exactly figure out how much of it can be really useful for us and what are the steps that we need to do for next few years. Keep our budget in mind and select a partner who would implement this properly. And then we have to evangelize the digital transformation benefits to our consumer or a customer so that at least it pays off in a period of 5 to 8 years time. The key technologies that I can quickly think of is for obviously for our customers, we can bring in our machines IoT, which will give you predictive maintenance. All of us do curative, that is corrective maintenance, we do preventive maintenance, but you can bring in predictive maintenance through IoT by incorporating IoT in our products and also on our machines and systems. In our production processes, we can integrate IoT, and in terms of asset management, in terms of personal management, all that IoT can be harnessed. And then for manufacturers who are involved in engineering manufacturers, we can actually put in robotic welding. A lot of companies, even small companies with turnovers as less as 30 crores, 20 crores have gone in for robotic welding. Those have come down, the price of robotic welding has come down to less than 30 lakhs, 40 lakhs, but then you have consistency in terms of quality. Then of course we have this AR and VR, which the price of these have also come down dramatically down. We can harness them in terms of simulation, in terms of R&D or in terms of marketing. And this transformation strategy has to start off as a whole. We need to look at optimization of process and operations. We need to look at implementation of all this in a digital twin manner so that we keep a tab of what's happening. We harness the customer data so that we know what exactly to be used for which customer. And then of course, for doing all this, we need to think very unconventionally. And overall, finally, we need to retrain, upskill and reskill our personnel. But having said that, digital transformation is no longer a buzzword. If manufacturing sector has to survive, if our companies have to survive, but we have to keep growing. What is important is we need to harness digital transformation. We need to have a white paper on how many years would be taking to transform our processes from X to Y. It could be a few years, it could be a 7-year period or 10-year period, but we need to start our baby steps right now. On that note, I thank you and thank Grant Thornton for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Srinivas. It's a good presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are running short of time. I think we need to stretch another 10 minutes. And I hope it should be all right. We have to make it. Okay. Now, the chairman is to come to the line. Now, I request Mr. Sanket to give his presentation, please. Madam Madhumati, chairperson of the session, I will request your presentation, please, and take over.
Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible?
Madam, it's in order. You can go ahead.
Yeah. So now we are going to discuss about smart manufacturing in MSMEs. So the panel, I joined just now. I just want to know from the panel whether we have started the discussion or I should go first.
We already started the discussion, ma'am, and two have already completed their topic.
Okay, okay, fine. So from my side, I would like to pinpoint certain aspects of this smart manufacturing. In fact, smart manufacturing has been catching up in India for the last 1 year or so. And we could see almost about 46 companies, big companies have come forward and they have set up their smart manufacturing units. But coming to the MSMEs, this is where our focus is regarding the Industry 4.0 and the smart manufacturing. We know that L&T has pioneered in smart manufacturing. They have various plants here in Coimbatore also. They are doing their manufacturing activities. Apart from places in north, we have Reliance, we have we have Cadbury plant in Andhra Pradesh also, and we have one smart factory has also come up in Bangalore. So we could see that so many activities is going on, and this Industry 4.0 development is very fast and catching up. And I'm on a positive note, I should say that even our MSMEs have started to catch up in this particular area, and I could see that particularly in Madurai, I could see that 3D printing industry has been digitized, and digital technology is ruling the roost at present in this particular industry. And when I had personally visited one of the plants in Shivagasi, where I could see that the offset printing is being done through this automation. And they are thriving very well, and the orders are pouring in. And I was happy to see that even our MSMEs could envision and take it further in this particular area. Now, while talking about smart manufacturing, we should not discount the fact that this should also be in cognizance with the green technology. Many times we start to talk about smart manufacturing and increasing our production and other things, but green technology should have a place, and we are giving a lot of impetus to that also. We have to harness the this area of green technology, because we could see that the prices are skyrocketing as far as the raw materials are concerned. The necessary inputs that are needed are also becoming scarce. So my personal view is that while we go for the smart manufacturing, and we also look for smart factories, we should also give importance to green technology. Now, we know that many of the institutions and many colleges have also come up with their syllabus, and they are having this additive technology, and hybrid manufacturing as one of the curriculum, one of the subjects in their curriculum. So the youngsters who are coming up, the engineering graduates as well as the diploma holders who are coming out, freshers, they will be, I think they will all be updated with the technology, updated with the issues in using smart manufacturing and the advantages in this particular sector. So, having said that, all over India, throughout India, there is a what to say, there is knowledge about the smart manufacturing, but at the same time, we could also see that we as MSMEs have to raise up to the occasion and see that we are incorporating some of the good practices as far as this technology is concerned. And I hope the panel which has discussed, I was not listening to them, I'm sorry, I joined a little late. The panel would have discussed about it threadbare, and they would have suggested the means and ways to the MSMEs to adopt technologies as much as possible. I mean, one more thing which I want to emphasize here is on the job training. We have been speaking about skilling from the beginning, from morning. So on the job training for the employees who are with the MSMEs, that has to be stressed, and the focus should be on that. So with this, I think I have explained whatever that I can about smart manufacturing. So over to the panel now.
Thank you, Madam Madhumati. We are running behind the time, so probably we will be stretching this session. Now I would request Sanket Deshpande to give his presentation. Madam, in the meanwhile, hello, are you able to listen me, ma'am?
Yes, yes, yes.
In the meanwhile, there can be some kind of questions. Kindly respond to it, ma'am. I would request audience to put their questions now to the madam.
Yeah.
Be louder.
Madam, this is regarding clusterization, which I think is being touted as sort of a panacea to the introduction and implementation of Industry 4.0 and even smart manufacturing for the matter. Well, how much of clusterization can help? How many of these MSMEs clusterization will be able to cover? Whether it is sufficient to take India to a different level industrially and economically, or whatever it is. Then secondly, smart manufacturing, as far as I know, whatever I study and whatever is being said, almost does away with human intervention. Is it possible in India, particularly, the country has account for about 1.4 billion people, is it not better to come up with a model where, sort of at least in a collaborative model, which will help also in job creation and rather prevent people from becoming jobless? That's all.
Wonderful questions. First, let me take up the clusterization issue. Clusterization, yes, it's a big challenge that is before us. The cohesiveness of a cluster is what is most important. And the ideas and the knowledge the cluster has been, that they exchange between them, should be towards a particular goal, and they should be very clear about what they want and where they want to go. That is the basis for a cluster, the success of a cluster indeed. And as SIPCO has been into this for the past, I would want to give the examples that I have seen in the past 1 year being the managing director of SIPCO. In the past 1 year, we could see that there had been several clusters that have been formed. Some of them are really doing very well. Some of them are in the nascent stages. Yes, they need to be given some hand-holding, but this is projected as a panacea for the particular problem of industry, for the development of Industry 4.0. But having said that, we should also keep in mind that while we are doing clusterization, what is most important is the common goal, one. The second thing is continuous hand holding till they become independent and confident about their functioning. And clusterization will only help in fighting against the big conglomerates. So it is the consortium against the versus the conglomerates. That is what I look at it. This is regarding clusterization. As far as smart manufacturing is concerned, as you said, the huge population that India is having could be a challenge for smart manufacturing. But look at China. China's industry, that is construction industry, has completely transformed. They construct their whole building whatever they want in some other place and they assemble in one place. But you don't see there any joblessness or unemployment. Everybody has something to do. So we have to train our population to see that they fit into the new setup or the new circumstances. And that can be done very easily. You could see that the digitization of currency and the use of mobile phones, the Paytm that they use, or Phone Pay or the GPay, that has taken the Indians so quickly. And you can see even a rural old man in the rural area or old woman in the rural area, they are now into this digital currency system. So I find, in a positive note, I find that definitely smart manufacturing is not going to be a it is not going to make our population unemployable or without employment. Unemployment is prevalent, but if we give proper skilling and proper training, and if we scale up the methodologies, definitely this will be going to be a turning point in Indian economy as well as Indian enterprising industries. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Ladies and gentlemen, for want of time, let's proceed with the next speaker. Madam?
I'm very much here, I will be listening.
Anything more you would like to tell, madam?
No, I would like to listen to you.
I'm very sorry, the time given is so short for the 4 or 5 speakers. So that's a little confusion here. And anyway, I'm happy that you responded the question to the audience here. Thank you, madam. And at the end, anyway, you'll be here. So at the end, again, you can conclude, madam.
Okay.
So very good afternoon, one and all. So my name is Sanket Deshpande, manager with Grant Thornton Bharat. So first of all, thanking Andhra Chamber of Commerce for providing this opportunity to speak a bit on to say smart manufacturing. So to be very frank with you, there is nothing much left to speak because Mr. Srinivasa and Madam Madhurati has covered it the most. So I would like to add one perspective onto smart manufacturing, which may probably clarify the question more, what the question just he asked, right? So the second part of the question, that whether considering India being such a populated country, smart manufacturing majorly focuses on the entire automated manufacturing. Okay, so is it good to have a plan for involving people model? Was his question, was probably what I understood, right? So just to give a very brief onto a smart manufacturing, when I say smart manufacturing emphasizes on 3 things mainly. One is smart people, second is smart processes, and third one is smart technology. Okay, so smart manufacturing is not just smart technology. So it is smart people, smart processes, and smart technology. So who are smart people? That all of us know, the people with good, say, expertise, skills, analytical, okay, problem solving, say, kind of capabilities, the people who use their right and left mind in a equal, say, kind of the thing, okay. So we call them as the smart people. Now how organizations or how MSMEs for that matter have the smart people is by either hiring or doing through a lot of L&D interventions, wherein we will be training our own employees onto the technical as well as the, say, innovative skills. Okay, so that's the way in which we develop smart people. But the question is, just having smart people, will that suffice the requirement? Probably no. For smart people to take smart decisions, okay, they require a standardized and well-defined workflows, processes, which probably gives us a clarity onto the standard way of working and helps us in identifying the opportunities of improvement, gaps into the processes, which the organizations need to focus on bridging up. So from where do we get it? By having a well-defined processes. Now, how organizations develop well-defined processes is by implementing various business excellence practices, like your EFQM. I hope probably heard about EFQM, European Foundation for Quality Management, one of the business excellence framework, which focuses, which basically gives you a clarity about three things for any of the organization. That what should be the direction of the organization, wherein the organization need to focus. Second is the execution. Okay, once we have set up the goals, how do we execute it? And then the third is the results. So when we are talking about results, in the results we mainly focus on to the perceptual results, that how the stakeholders perceive our, say, kind of a performance. So this is about the processes. So by setting up or by implementing business excellence practices, what we are trying to do is we are trying to identify what exactly do we want to digitalize. Okay, so today we heard a lot about, say, artificial intelligence, okay, digitalization, Internet of Things, okay, and a lot of stuff from morning. But the question is, what exactly has to go as artificial? What exactly has to go for digitalization? Not all the processes, not all the steps can be done. Okay, so still there is human intervention that is required, wherein probably reasoning part, okay, is where AI is still not that expert, what, at least at this point of time, right? So this smart processes, okay, develop that requirement where the automation has to be done, okay, or where we need to implement this AI, right? So then to support for that implementation of the smart technology, we leverage onto the tools like artificial intelligence, okay, 3D printing, okay, so cloud computing, big data analysis, blockchains, okay. So what all we heard from the morning. So I'm not going to emphasize much on that, right? So all those technologies we can adopt. Now, for an MSME, by adopting these three, that is the having smart people and then having smart processes and smart technology, together form a smart manufacturing practice, which will help MSMEs to improve in terms of PQCDSME. Probably it stands for productivity, quality, cost, safety, delivery, morale, and environment. Okay, so all these areas get improved, and then it increases the visibility. It gives us a lot of visibility, transparency into the organizations, and it gives you a competitive edge into the business area, wherein adopting smart manufacturing techniques, you lead the show and you may have the more and more amount of business, which will help you to build upon your bottom line and top line, right? So these are some of the key benefits what we try to see by adopting smart manufacturing techniques in the MSME, right? So with this small thought, I would like to close my discussion over here, and then would like to hand over to, I think, what do you do? Yes, we'll be talking on to a cyber security part of it. Yeah.
Thank you, Sankat. I will request Vadivelan to take 3 to 4 minutes for his session, and I think you'll understand that. And after that, I will request the chairman to take over. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. I was doing my check. Okay. So thanks for the opportunity to speak over here. So So initially when I was told you need to speak about 4.0, I was thinking about Rajinikanth's movie. Okay, so later I realized, okay, it is about the smart industry part. So my fellow speakers, they didn't leave any topics for me to speak over here. Actually, almost every technology, every terminology has been spoken here, I guess, right? Okay, so let's come back to the smart industry. Now, with the smart industry, we are moving to the next level where we are moving from the automation to next digitalization. We are talking about AI, ML, and we are going to talk about the cyber physical systems. Okay, mostly it will be human-machine interaction, right? So we are talking about more on this. Like with 5G rollout and artificial intelligence, we are actually like going in a different level where the enormous data will be created, like through the sensors, and again, like cloud also will come in here. Which means we are talking about data visualization, data analytics also is required here. Like we are talking about smart factories, intelligent manufacturing, then AML in that, and digital twins. All the terminals has been explained earlier, right? But now actually I just want to give an example. Okay, so there are many use cases which is beneficial for the people who are working on the smart industries part. Like there are some dangerous work scenarios. Now think about this, instead of working on the dangerous work scenario, you are simulating the environment, you are doing all the activities there, then okay, you are implementing that. This is one actually benefit I'm seeing there. Second thing is creating a digital reflection of any physical object. Instead of actually you're going for the manufacturer directly, you can do all this thing in the simulation, do test cases, and you see like whether it is working fine, how you can improve all this. And AI is also like going to benefit you on this. Once that is done, then okay, you go for the manufacture of the product. So that means it reduces the cost as well. Okay, now we are talking about data privacy of people, right? Maybe in the future, or maybe in the version 5.0, we will be talking about machine-to-machine interaction. That time we may have to like create a data privacy law for the machines also. Okay, so before I conclude, I will just say, okay, we should be able to embrace any technology which is coming in, and we should be you should be able to use it at the maximum level possible. Okay, on the maybe on the good side actually of it. Okay, you know that okay, we have the good AI and bad AI also, right? So when you talk about good AI, we should be able to use it in a positive way, and we should leverage those technologies to help the smart industries going to the next level in the future. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity. So I'm just mindful of time. Okay, so thank you so much.
You could able to cooperate considering the time constraint. Madam Chairperson, I would request you to take over now. Madam?
And now that was very interesting to hear from both of them. In fact, I would only say that this smart manufacturing or this AI or anything is nothing new to us at all. First thing that we MSME should understand that this is nothing new to us. We have already taken on cloud computing is there. This digitization has slowly crept into most of the industries, and in fact, what we are doing now and what we are in our everyday life, what we are seeing, realizing, practicing is almost technology driven. So people should not, particularly the small medium enterprises, the entrepreneurs there over there should not feel that this is something weak and Latin and this is something which is new to them. We are, but all of us have a great exposure to it. Only thing is we have to put this to good use and we should see that it is it will help us elevate in our production as well as our development. This is what I would like to mention here at the outset. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you. I thank all the speakers for their presentation. It's very useful and productive. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists, for sharing your knowledge with us. Now I would request Dr. M.K. Muthuveru sir to present the mementos to our esteemed panelists. Thank you, Madhumati IS ma'am, for joining us and sharing your knowledge on this. So next session is on skill training for Industry 4.0. I would request, I would like to invite Mr. Suresh PR, Head Skill Development, Sansera Engineering Limited, to please come up on stage. Then Mr. Dasarathi GV, Director Application Leadworks Technologies Private Limited. Then Mr. Sadanand Sharma, Associate Director, Grant Thornton Bharat LLP, to please come up on stage. I would also like to invite Ms. Rama Venugopal, Chairperson of Committee for Standards, Certifications and Regulations for Businesses. Please come up on stage now.
So good afternoon to all of you. This session is actually on the skill development of MSMEs. The topic is about 4.0 or 4.0. Actually, we have kind of moved on from a 4.0 to the next levels because the global focus now is actually on slightly on a different platform. So I just would like to touch upon the couple of global initiatives and the initiatives from the Government of India, which is in alignment with this skill development programs. I think when we are talking about skilling the MSMEs, I was just listening to all the previous sessions and the speakers, very interesting conversations and insights. But I somehow personally feel that when we are talking about the next level of focus in the skill development, which I'm actually talking going beyond 4.0, it's 5.0 or a 6.0, the global focus now is actually on STEM. Businesses, MSME businesses have to really get into that DNA of STEM focus and the deep tech focus that is being kind of picking up everywhere. So the next wave and the next era will be on a deep tech focus. STEM and deep tech are very closely connected. The 5.0 or the 6.0 that we are talking about is all about deep tech. All our policy level initiatives from the Government of India are also in alignment with that. So the global focus is actually on STEM and deep tech, and all MSMEs should actually start working towards that. Especially these are in alignment, these have to be in alignment with the G20 goals and the global green initiatives and climate change goals. So each country has to contribute and deep tech and G20 goals and sustainability initiatives are very, very closely connected. The focus here is actually something called is on RIM, which is Research, Innovation and Advanced Manufacturing. the deep tech is all about this. So if the advanced manufacturing has to happen, the precedence should be the research and innovation focus. So whether a business is a startup or a micro or a small or a medium or a large enterprise, the DNA has to be based on this. That's why I felt, MSME businesses, do we have to really take a pivot and try to look at it. So we have, very recently, the Government of India has passed National Research Foundation Bill, which is called Anusandhan. The bill is actually about creating strong capabilities, research capabilities in the country, which is closely connected to the deep tech. And then the Government of India has released a draft policy on the National Deep Tech Policy, and which focuses on the research and innovations related to deep tech ventures. So when research and innovation are in place, the next will be your advanced manufacturing. So advanced manufacturing needs a very strong deep tech focus. All those innovations should have a deeper connect with science and technology. So Manthan is another initiative. These are all the initiatives from the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor from Government of India. There's another connected platform initiative which is being launched by Government of India last year to kind of create a marketplace and an ecosystem between the researchers, innovators, and the skill development organizations, and the commercialization of technologies and the MSME businesses. So I personally feel this deep tech is already addressed in our national education policy. The new national education policy, which was released in 2020, is a beautiful document, and it has a very strong focus on STEM and deep tech skills and learning initiatives for the students. And a lot of skill development has already started from the technical institutions on deep tech. For the working professionals, if any of you go and visit all these IITs and various other technical institutions in the country, they have been launching many courses for those who are actually working in the industry. So the skill development focus of the Government of India is actually to build a nice connect between industry and academia. There's a lot of discussions, engagements, policies, frameworks that are being developed, and there's a lot of participation that is actually taking place from various industry associations. And this is where, as being a Chamber of Commerce, I personally feel that we should also contribute, we can contribute so much. So though the topic is actually on 4.0 or a 4.0 today, I just want to move on because future forward, 20 years from now, the G20 goals and what we have to really, the global mandate that each country has to contribute, that will happen only when a businesses, MSMEs, look at deep tech and STEM from within. So there's some pivot is required at the thinking level itself. With a small note, I just would like to hand over the session to the session moderator and let us see what the panelists have got to say. Thank you.
Hello, so good afternoon to all. So since morning we have a wonderful session, the inaugural address by the members, senior officials, and then the panel discussion with respect to the digital transformation, smart manufacturing, and then the artificial intelligence and machine learning. So I think all the insights and knowledge we have already gathered in the session with respect to MSME and industry partners. In all the sessions, what I have seen that the importance of skilling is highly mentioned in all the sessions, whether it's a capacity building, change management, reskilling, upskilling, continuous learning, and the change in mindset of the skilled workforce. So skill is one of the important part of the entire ecosystem, and this skilling ecosystem will create the entire thing in place with respect to MSMEs and other industry players. So I would like to mention that we have Suresh PR, Head Skill Development from Sansera Engineering, who's actually also leading the head skill development for their firm. Then we have Mr. Das GV, Director Application, who is actually Leanworks Technologies, leading the Industry 4.0 system in his firm. So now it's time to actually stage is set for the entire session, which is already going on since morning. So I think it's already post lunch, people are drowsy. So I think the stage is set for the competitive or interactive session for the skilling part. And I would like to have this 2 or 3 questions, or maybe that would be a starting point for this discussion. So what the impact would be created by providing skilling to top level management, CXOs, CEOs. Apart from that, we can also see what changes this skilling ecosystem can bring the lower or the bottom workforce, because that is very important. 80% of the workforce are at the bottom level, not aware about the artificial intelligence, machine learning, cyber security, all these things, and mainly into this production part. Also, what would be the qualifications required for this bottom level workforce? Because as of now, for example, in textile sector, they are only at the entry-level workers are there, 8th pass, 10th pass. 80% of women beneficiaries are working in textile sector with low wages, and working conditions are also not good. So I would like to hand over this mic to Mr. Das GV, highlighting his concerns, challenges, outcomes, all these things for this skilling ecosystem.
Thank you and good afternoon. My firm has an Industry 4.0 system which is plug and play and SaaS, actually specifically designed for MSMEs. It works, it's been working for the past 4 years in a lot of companies in India, across the country. MSMEs as well as large enterprises. Industry 4.0 is actually just very simple at its most basic. It's the connection of your machines to your computers. The rest is all, like they say in Hindi, bakwas. Right? That's how we think of it from within the industry. So my focus here would be on what do we, CEOs have to be trained. We never think of CEOs as, being part of a skill development initiative at all. Skills are always thought of as, down the line. But Industry 4.0, like a lot of other disciplines, the CEO has to be trained. What do we train on? Question 1. The thing is that, let's say we buy a machine in an MSME or any organization. What are we actually looking at when we buy a machine? Do we really look at the thread sizes or the ball bearing diameters of the various parts or something, or what kind of finite element analysis has been done on various parts? No. We are looking at what the machine can do for us in terms of, can it deliver the quality and the quantity that we want? Simple. If it can't, that machine is out. If it can, yes. We're not bothered about the internals. In Industry 4, unfortunately, this rule doesn't hold good. We confuse the user with a lot of jargon, right? We confuse the user with internals, like AI, ML, cyber physical system, and big data, digital twin. Why does the user need to know? If I'm an MSME, I want to know what it can do for me, how much money it can make for me. Ultimately, every industry is about making money. You don't make money, you're not an industry, simple, right? So, first thing about training is skilling in Industry 4.0 training, whatever you call it, is do not confuse users. I mean, we do that all the time. Every single conference, it's 90% jargon, 10% what can it do for you? What can it do for you in terms of money and the cost and the benefit and so on. So our training needs to focus on the financial cost and benefits and how to implement Industry 4.0 without the internal jargon. Let's completely forget about talking about IoT and AI and ML and all that to the end user. He's simply not interested, he or she. Right? Now that's question 1. what do we talk about in the training and the skilling? Question 2, why is training for CEOs necessary at all? Training, skilling, it's all for low down people, right? The CEO knows everything there is to know, and that's why he or she is running the industry. What if I told you that for a plug-and-play industry 4.0 system like us, we're not the only people, there are lots of vendors, you pay approximately rupees 3,000 per month per machine. Your machine may cost about 20 lakhs, 25 lakhs. You want to connect it up to the I4 system, Industry 4 system, you're paying 3,000 rupees a month. And the returns from that would be in the range of 30,000 to 50,000 rupees a month. 10 to 15 times is the returns, right? 70%, and it takes about 3 months to realize the benefits. 70% of the users of my firm's Industry 4.0 system see this benefit. The other 30% see zero benefits, they've wasted their money, and they've only fattened our pockets and enable us to have our little parties on weekends or whatever. That's how it is. And what is the difference? What's the difference between these 70 and 30%? The 70% of the CEOs are knowledgeable. They dig deep into what data the Industry 4 system is throwing up. They act upon the data. They know their stuff, basically. The 30% simply think, oh, I just bought the system and then it's my people's responsibility to implement it and get the benefits out of it. I don't have to be, I'm the CEO, I don't have to be bothered about it. I'm bothered about the finance. But this is about finance. This is about making money. So this is the difference between a trained CEO and an untrained CEO. And the CEO essentially is responsible for the whole culture change, the data-driven operations. The Industry 4 is all about data. Earlier you were not looking at data, now you're looking at data. And you're looking at this data that is telling you what is wrong with your operations, what are the, like in lean, what are the wastes? What are the wastes in your operation that you can cut down? Simple. And look at the data, act upon. So what do we talk about and do we talk to the CEO about it? These are the 2 points that I made just.
Yeah, thank you so much for this wonderful insight. I think I second your thought that this CEO's training would be there, and if CEO is more inclined towards the skilling of their manpower, he should also be learned through all these things. Only then it's all about business actually. Why do we do skilling? Just to get this skilled manpower to enhance the productivity, and then get the benefit of that by doing great business. So over to you, Suresh.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you very much for this opportunity. As Mr. Dasharthi was rightly highlighting, Industry 4.0, it need not be the 100% requirement of any industry. I would like to quote my industry scenario. So my industry is Sansara Engineering Private Limited, where we manufacture automotive engine parts and also aerospace parts. We have about 70% of the population, there are 10, 12 past people. So now having considering their knowledge level, and one the other side we are talking about the high-end technology. So there is so much of gap we could talk about. But the question remains is it really required to connect all these people? So going forward, I would like to say what kind of the strategy we have adopted. So in our skilling development, we have adopted a 3-pronged strategy. One is, as we all know that basically we have the minimum requirement of the skill level to operate the machines. We have of course the CNC machines and CNC SPMs we have, machining centers we have. So where we need the conventional knowledge people to operate. But this is a big challenge to get the people, even the cities like Bangalore, where manufacturing is facing a lot of challenge to get the people. So therefore what we are doing is, we are taking the 10th or 12th pass students and we have created our own skill development center inside the organization. So this we have made in line with the NSDC, that is National Skill Development Council. And this, since 5-6 years, we are running successfully. We have created a syllabus in line with the NSDC, and we have a faculty who are experts in our manufacturing process and the process owners. So they are contributing to this. So thereby we are making sure that there is no any additional the expenditure which is involved in running this center. So in this scenario, what is happening, by inducting the 10th or 12th standard passed students, we are giving them a complete detailed engineering knowledge which is required to run these CNC machines. So there we talk about including the behavioral skills, we teach them how to, an industry will run, we talk about that. The manufacturing setups, we discuss about that. And a lot of case studies. See, this is very important. We are not just the theoretical we are teaching. 3 months intensive course it is. In that nearly 50% of the time, they work at the shop floor and they gain the knowledge. They interact with the supervisors and other level of people. So that is where they get a good insight. And as I said already, the faculty or the process owners, which their rich experience, they contribute, because there are a lot of scenarios where they are dealing with. So that knowledge is transformed to these people. So thereby, in very less time, in 3 months time, we are making these people industry ready and get the best out of them. So this is a successful model which we have adopted. So till date, we have 1,200 plus people we are trained, and it is really supporting to our industry. Coming to the industry 4.0, yes, since 1 year we are adopting this technology and we are working. And in couple of our units, we are already seeing some good results. So particularly in our manufacturing line, so a lot of stuff which we are talking about since morning, I don't want to use that jargons again. So we are working on those. And fundamentally here I would like to say, the loss hours, which are very critical to the manufacturing industry, has come down significantly by using these technologies. Now the question remains is, as we are all discussing, how exactly our people, the bottom line workforce, has been trained in this regard. Yes, so there are a lot of de-skilling is done. So thereby what is happening, that depending on the skill level of these people is very much minimized. And see, just to quote one example here, in a manufacturing process, what happens if the machine is stopped for any of the reason, all they need to do is, there is a drop down, they have to choose the appropriate, the reason which is caused for the stop of the machine. So thereby what is happening, so the job of the operator has become very simple, and the respective in charge immediately he will respond to that query, and he will make sure that whatever the challenge which has been there, he will address it. So thereby the time is very much reduced. And further, the maintenance or the software engineer who is supporting on the back end, so their role has become little more now skilled, because they are looking at robotics, they are also looking at the Internet of Things, all these things. So they are supporting the shop floor supervisor and also the operator. So thereby here I would like to say, the skill level now it has shifted from the ground level to the next level of the people, and thereby we could able to get a good amount of the benefit to the organization by reducing our losses, and OE has been improved. So this is some of the changes which we have made, and going forward we would like to introduce these systems in entire our organization. So with this thought, I would like to hand over to the next speaker. Thank you.
So I think that's a great initiative by Sureshi and the organization regarding this involvement of CNC machine, the skill manpower. So what he exactly highlighted is the 10th and 12th pass person is actually doing a job of BTech or diploma or polytechnic pass person. So skill is something which we all are learning since childhood. I think education is something which we are taking it, but the skill set is something which we learn a lot even at the initial stage, then the graduation level, and on the job, and when we are running an enterprise as well. So continuous learning is more important. Skilling is a horizontal thing which actually expands all the sectors, segments at all ages, because without continuous learning, without continuous skilling, we cannot justify our career, we cannot do good in our respective fields. For information that government of India and most of the state governments are running so many skilling schemes. Ministry of Skill Development has been formed in 2015 by Government of India for providing all the skilling under one. So they are covering more than 38 sectors, which includes all the manufacturing sectors, agriculture, beauty and wellness, textiles, retail. Everything is there. Sector skill councils have been formed, set up. The common norms have been set up where a single job role has been designed for a particular thing. For example, retail associate, there would be one job role. A sewing machine operator, there would be one job role. Even in 4.2 as well, National Skill Development Corporation has designed so many courses. And the irony is that all the courses, job roles, all the targets in all these schemes are being taken by the large corporates, training institutions, NGO societies. We are not saying MSME industries are coming up and taking up all these job roles, all the skilling initiatives being taken by the government of India or many of the state government, for example, Kerala, Odisha, Tamil Nadu, Andhra. They are doing so much skilling initiatives in their respective state as well. So MSME industry should look into it, take it forward if there would be any challenge, how to get involved in all these schemes, because you will also get the benefit, the direct beneficiary will be getting, or the candidate will get the direct benefit transfer, or maybe the industry will get some subsidized amount so that they can get this skilled manpower, skilled workforce, and the skilled workforce definitely can enhance the productivity, and ultimately, or the outcome will be that the industry will benefit, the enterprise will flourish, and everyone will be happy. So, having said that, I think chairperson has to conclude the session with his high remarks, and I think just over to you, ma'am.
Thank you for the wonderful insights. Again, I just would like to conclude with the same thoughts and picking up a cue from the panelist conversations. Skilling is required at a ground level, at an assembly floor level, at a functional level, at a CEO's level. As I was mentioning again, developing those products or the services that NPD focus of an MSME has to slightly undergo a mind shift change, because future is going to be determined by STEM innovations and deep tech innovations, whether it's building a product or a service. This is a global call of action, and MSMEs need a lot of skill initiatives on this, whether it is at a promoter's level or at a CEO's level or at a functional heads level or at a maybe shop floor employees level. That STEM focus and deep tech focus is very critical, and that is where we all have to contribute from the chambers to convey this message, because there are policies which are being introduced, and the policies are introduced for a reason. The industry is going to be a loser if that dimension is not going to be taken into consideration. The skill initiatives have to be more focused on all these aspects. With that, maybe chambers' role is actually to create more and more such knowledge initiatives, bring those conversations with the policy makers, and to convey the right messages to the industry. Industry is going to immensely benefit with this deep tech and STEM focus, because global markets are entering into borderless trade. There are plenty of opportunities, but the global call of action also has a lot of market access restrictions in the form of regulations. So innovations are the need of our global markets are looking at innovations and deep tech solutions, especially all your sustainability initiatives. The focus is so much on research and innovation. So the businesses have to really start looking at that side of it, building sustainable products and sustainable solutions, without which, forget about global access, even a domestic market access will be controlled by regulations. With this small note, I just would like to conclude the session today. Thank you.
Any question and answer to the panelists?
this can be incorporated. Industry 4.0, you start off with the textile industry, then get into the food ministry and other ministries, which also we are only managing many of the schemes. Is it possible? What should be the steps? What should the chamber do?
So, right, sir. So actually, this 4.0 industry thing is already highlighted by the Ministry of Skill Development. Even Ministry of Textile is very much involved in this, the entire paradigm shift of the process. For example, in textile industry, spinning and weaving is there. And processing, we have already started with respect to AI and machine learning to get the exact data, because the manpower is less. All the machines are very costly in that, and this is something which we are looking at right now. The garmenting part is actually 80% are skilled workforce. In garmenting, machines are not there. There is a hand-eye coordination. People are doing all these jobs, but yes, we are trying to make a new job roles for all industry 4.0, because the existing job roles does not specify the requirement of garmenting sector, spinning, weaving, processing, dyeing, knitting. All these sectors are actually there, but the traditional methods are already getting into it. We are evolving and we are trying to make a job roles. We are already in touch with Ministry of Skill Development and sector skill councils. So we have 3 sector skill councils. Similarly, we have under summer scheme, we have SHM, we have FICCI, we have City, we have Tripur Export Association. So we have 176 industry players directly working with us, with all the leading garment manufacturing exporter, which includes Aditya Birla, Shahi, Trident, Best Corporation, Google Knitwear, SCM Garments. All the leading industry players are directly taking the benefit of this scheme. Apart from that, all the industry associations who are directly associated with Textile, Tripur Export Association, SHM, City, which is also a confederation of 12 associations, which include SIMA, Southern Indian Manufacturer Associations. Even in Tripur cluster, we have 40 industry partners directly working with us. Tripur, Coimbatore, Erode. So what I am trying to say that for them, now we are making a job roles. I think in the next 6 months or 1 year, we have given that task to the sector skill councils. As a Grant Thornton, as a project management unit for this entire scheme, we are also facilitating and supporting Ministry of Textile to get all these job roles to be done.
How can Andhra chamber get on boards?
Andhra Chamber of Commerce can be onboarded just for associations, sir. Only this thing, the member list would be required where textile industry would be there, whether it's MSME. So for MSMEs, we have floated the separate RFP earlier, where we have already, the turnover criteria is quite less. For member associations, 50 lakh turnover was there only. And I think Andhra Chamber of Commerce would like to participate in that scheme, then they can easily submit a letter to Joint Secretary or Secretary. I will tell the exact process, what exactly I have to do. And definitely they get me onboarded.
So typically about 20 crores is given per association, large association.
Sir, Tripur Export Association, we have given 16,000 target, which comes to approximately 22 CR. And similarly, some other associations have taken less number. For example, City has taken only 5,000, having more than 10,000 members have only taken 5,000 number to start with. Now they are confident that they will continue this training program. Now they are expecting for more numbers. To start with, they can take a small number, but yes, after that, that can be taken up. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists, for enlightening us with the knowledge on skill training. I would request Ms. Rama Venugopal to present the mementos to our panelists, please. Thank you, everyone. So our last session of the day will be on smart agriculture for agribusiness stakeholders. I would like to invite Dr. Koteshwar Rao, Global Exim Hyderabad and EC member, ACC, Mr. Mohammad Zaidi, Associate Director, Grant Thornton Bharat LLP. Please come up on stage. We will also have one panelist and Padmanand, Professor V. Padmanand from partner Grant Thornton Bharat LLP. Then we also have one panelist who will be joining us virtually. Virtually we'll have Mr. Arun Arvind, Head of Business Banking, HDFC Bank. He'll be joining us soon. In the meanwhile, we can start with the panel discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Are you awake? Good. See, because this is a post-lunch session, maybe looking heavy, and also last session. Okay, coming to the contest. Since morning, we have been listening the industry 4.0. We have been talking many things about MSMEs, technology, all this. But this particular session is about agri stakeholders, smart agri business. How many of you are agri business holders here? Anybody? Any agree? At least one. Good. Okay, let us talk the reality. Because Industry 4.1 related to the talking about the technology, okay, that includes your artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data, all this, Internet of Things, all this we are talking about. But how far it is directly relevant to agriculture industry? How many of you are thinking yes or no? Because this is very, very important point here. Nowadays, no technology, no business development. Agree with me? So whoever is embracing the technology, they are only taking lead. But here also similar challenges are there. Because when you talk about agriculture, it is all labor intensive programs. 100% we are dependent on labor. And when you talk about the industry 4.0, talks about the technology. Both are in opposite directions. Nowhere there is no match. But still, if you look at the activities of the agriculture, post-harvest and pre-harvest and post-harvest. If you look at this, in the pre-harvesting, very, very few people are involved in using the technology. That may not be even 10% also. What I feel. And post-harvest, yes, some people are using this artificial intelligence and machine learning, all this data analysis, they are using it. But I would like to highlight some of the points here. In the context of pre-harvesting, people are using those who are the contract farming. Those are big players. They are only using technology like right from, with the drones, they are sensing that land in terms of the fertility, humidity, what is that? Soil wetness, moisture. Okay, so whether the soil is useful for the exactly farming the particular crop or not. So all these things they are doing it perfectly. They are using even the water crop should be suitable for this, and even at the time of adding the plants, that sowing the seeds to level 2, when it is sown, seeds are sown, then when it is growing, people are using for how is the growth, what kind of diseases are coming, what kind of remedies to be taken. Even that is also sensed by this kind of technology. Even it is in the growing level, how is the growth, how much yield is going to be given by this particular crop, then how much, what is the post-harvest, what is going to be the price, what is the forecast based on the previous data also they are calculating the forecast of the product and marketing also. So to that extent people are making use of this technology. If somebody wants to implement, they can very well. Even what is the water level they are having, what should be the optimum water level that should have in the farm. To that extent people are using the technology. Why I am just repeating all this is, this is very, very important for a farmer level, that as a farmer, they may not be able to invest this much amount on the technology part. But as our panels people are discussing previously also, things are available on SES basis. I think some of the panelists are discussing about things are available on the, even you can use and pay and use like. And post harvesting, yes, about the forecast, about the sales, about the other profitability of the business is also getting calculated. So what I want to tell you is, technology is playing a very big role in this. So those who are embracing the technology, yes, definitely they can make the things well. But the point is now how this has to be taken deep into the farmer level is very important. This is where Andhra chamber also considering how it can be taken to the clusters level, how it can be implemented for the benefit of the farmers, because ultimately our aim is to give the good profits to the farmers. Because ultimately the mediators are making the money, not really the farmers. Farmers are in the same stage, but ultimately it is going into multiple edition before we go to the consumer. So I request the panelists to focus on how it can be taken to the root level of the farmers. So that is, I wanted to set the context for these discussions. Now, with this, I will hand over the session to Professor Padmanabhan to take this.
Thank you, Ji. So, Koteshwar Rao Ji. Now, basically, with the agri space, just to introduce, our firm, MSME, we are the biggest players in India. Agri, we are even bigger. So, all the schemes of the government of India, we happen to manage. Similarly, FPOs also, we are working with 1,500 FPOs. More than 20,000 FPOs in 20 states are under our support and inputs through various agencies. Government of India, World Bank, ADB. Most of the World Bank ADB projects in 4 or 5 states, we are managing the whole project for agri-business, including FPO promotion. So what we find is, and we are also introduced the 10,000 FPO scheme. Now what we find is, everywhere there is a gap with regard to agri-tech. Agri-tech is சொல்றாங்க. But ultimately, அது implement ஆகிறதுக்கு ரொம்ப கஷ்டமா இருக்கு. Like for example, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation ஒரு 300 crore consultancy project release பண்ணாங்க. ஒரு 6 மாசம் முன்னாடி. To develop an agri stack for farmers in India. Agri stack 300 crore consultancy bid. So consultancy 300 matlab implementation be in thousands of crores. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. 10,000 crore foundation implementation in weaker states, eastern India. So anyway, so we also bid for it. So what are the focus? Though now the government of India is also doing it, agri stack. Focus is crop advisory for the farmer. Just like MSME advisory madri, it could be shared services, shared accounts, shared logistics. Farmer crop advisory, meaning what dosage of which input, முதல்ல seed, அப்புறம் fertilizer, then pesticide, when to put when, what dosage, ஏதாவது கீடா வந்துச்சு, meaning பிமாரி இல்லை, illness வந்துச்சுன்னா, அது what time, what dosage, which input, and which brand to spray. So this also is facilitated agri stack, so that virtually every farmer in his smartphone, lady or gentleman farmer, in his or her smartphone, can get inputs. They only have to send a picture and they get input crop advisory advice also. That is with regarding to management of the crops. Second, this is agri stack, which the government of India is trying, but to various reasons still not implemented well. I'll come to gap later. Mainly they need a good recipient, like an FPO to receive and disseminate. Second one is drones. So drones also, government of India, the subsidy that is offered 50 to 80% under different schemes. But in spite of that, Garuda, they were here today morning, but somehow they had some emergencies. Anyway, so Garuda is also partnering with us. We are also promoting them. Like we promote lots of pro bono technologies across India. We have worked with 200 partners in the agri space. All the big players, TAFE, escorts, etc. So similarly, drones also, though the government of India is promoting Drone would benefit enna. There's a farmer in Tamil Nadu who's got 10 acres of farms. What he used the drones for is again this one. It is for identifying the disease, even in a small patch of land, so that before it is spread to the rest of the acreage, he can isolate the area and resolve the problem. So that dosage of inputs, etc. is also reduced. So it's a great benefit to farmers, preemptive. So this is another example which is very critical, but farmers are not yet adopted in a big way in India. Third major initiative with regard to market intelligence. Dr. Dalwai is supposed to join us today, but he just called up. He's traveling, he cannot get connectivity also. Dr. Dalwai is doubling farmer chair in comes chairperson, reporting to PM, Honorable PM. And one of the major initiatives is market intelligence. Throughout the world, every country, including the United States Department of Agriculture, their job is espionage. Espionage matlab, including my friends with the USDA in India, what they do is find out what is the price of the crop, what will be the production, demand-supply gap, how much the price will increase or price will decrease. And they pass it on to the US farmer. US farmer is subsidized or otherwise based on the information. But in India, we don't have that system at all. We don't know which farmer will produce what. அதிகமா இருக்குன்னா ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ண போறாங்களா இல்ல கம்மியா பண்ண போறாங்களா. ஸோ எந்த சீசன்ல என்ன ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ணி யாருக்கும் தெரியாது, ஃபார்மருக்கும் தெரியாது, கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கும் தெரியாது. ஸோ தேர் இஸ் நோ பிளானிங் அட் ஆல், நோ மேனேஜ்மெண்ட். இட் இஸ் அப்சல்யூட்லி ஃப்ரீ ஃபார் ஆல். ஸோ ஃபார் ப்ரொடியூசிங், doing this management and giving advice to farmer, the market intelligence, the World Bank has supported several initiatives, but it's all very basic Excel projections on the Madri level. No one has come to AI and that kind of algorithms and the high level of analysis that is done in evolving or predicting even demand supply and passing on information to farmers, or even capturing farmers' production system pre-harvest, so that you can at least predict the prices and glut shortfall areas. So market intelligence, it's important. Crop advisory, it's important. Farm mechanization, it's important. Escorts, they called us today morning also. They said, "Namma tractor we have AI." So what do you have in your tractor AI indicator? They are friends only. So CEO, our CEO friend. So he said, our tractors, we can estimate how much petrol is used, how much acre land the tractor is doing. So that driver thirudranna munnadiye theriyum. Adu mattum illa, we will know that you don't need to manage the tractor and track the tractor. And they are using AI, they say for this. It is digitized, photograph, everything. Tractor attachment. So that kind of thing. So it is there right from farm mechanization to intelligence to etc. Question now is how do we, like Ravji said, how do we disseminate it and ensure farmers adopt? Same problem in Industry 4.0. How do we ensure that the MSMEs will adopt? That will come to the solution at the end of the session. We would like volunteers from you and we will start adopting with under Madhumati ji's guidance, in Tamil Nadu at least. That kind, and Uma Shankar ji is also here in Tamil Nadu at least, as a model for the country. Same thing for farmers, we find FPO is the best route. So that's one suggestion. HDFC is connected? Yeah. So HDFC Bank also is an example where they are banking with us for all the FPO financing instruments. So aggressively across India, any FPO that is there, without too much due diligence, they are also financing FPO. Starting off with 10 lakh without collateral to going up to 50 crore, 50 lakhs, 1 crore. So this also is another initiative. So various initiatives are on. Along with that, a critical gap is with regard to crop insurance. So Zaidiji has demonstrated in Jharkhand, you know, in India, for cereals pulses there is crop insurance, but for horticulture it is not there. If you are in West Bengal, everything is insured. Government insures, pays a premium also. So if I am a farmer in West Bengal, I don't have to worry whether the failure is there or crop is there or no crop, that kind of thing. But if I am a farmer in rest of India, horticulture ki insurance kadiyadu. So to evolve that insurance mechanism, we tried a sample. And if Zaidiji could elaborate on that.
Sure.
Something that Tamil Nadu can also incorporate.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity to speak on this particular topic, which is smart agriculture for agribusiness stakeholder. I'll begin with a very, I'm an agriculture graduate, and there was a subject during my college days which was dryland agriculture. First session, Professor Praveen Rao, who later became the Vice Chancellor of Andhra Pradesh Agriculture University, he came in jeans and t-shirt, and that was very, it was a rare sight for a professor to dress like that in a very typical conservative university like that. And he said, I've just landed from Israel and what the hell you guys are doing? I said, we are trying to learn dryland agriculture. He said, it's very primitive that what you have been taught here. And he had done a secondment in Israel for 5 years. And he said the kind of technology they are using is very, very advanced. A desert has been converted into a fertile agriculture patch. And that was the first introduction to us towards smart agriculture. And subsequently, as a professional also, I landed up being in agriculture, and I was handling weather index-based crop insurance. Speaking of the challenges of adoption of smart technologies and smart agriculture, and crop insurance is an integral part of it. Now, earlier, the insurance used to be traditionally whenever there is any calamity, there used to be field inspection, and then some assessor surveyor will assess the damage. Again, it used to be highly politically motivated. There is no science behind it. You have certain systems and processes to it, but it is liable to be, a lot, lopsided and very skewed. It's not an exact science. Then came the concept of weather index-based crop insurance. So at every stage of crop cycle, there are certain parameters, weather parameters, which have to be met in order to have a certain yield. If those parameters are not met, automatically the claim is settled with the farmer without having any physical this thing. The biggest challenge of that particular system was lack of data, because we used to rely on Indian Meteorological Department data, which used to be at district level, and the weather phenomenon changes at every 1 kilometer, right? Now there would be hailstorm in certain place, and then at 100 meters away or a kilometer away there won't be this thing. But the district data will say that their historical data will say that the hailstorm happened in this particular district. Now the issue was in terms of having local monitoring system, and that is where NCMSL and other service providers came in. So that is how the entire data availability, data generation, data enrichment happened over a period of time. Now, it has come to that, even germination guarantee or germination insurance is also there in place. Like if, based on the weather condition, the, advent of rainfall and the quality of seeds and everything, the insurance firms are even giving cover for germination failure. In case if the germination failure is more than 20%, the entire cost of sowing will be paid to the farmers. So that is how the technology has evolved. The service providers have evolved, because in order to have smart agriculture, you need to have a very robust system of service providers also. A lot of agri-input companies now have started giving their own services in terms of cost-sharing basis. One of my friend is working with one of the multinationals. They do custom hiring service. Like FPOs are giving a particular machine to be used, like harvester or tractor or anything. And the usage is tracked through, as Padmanand sir said, through sensors, through this AI, right? So based on the sensor, it is, it is calculated how much kilometer the tractor has run and which area it has run. And based on that, the farmer is charged, or that particular group of people are charged. So what I'm saying, the point I'm trying to make is, the technology initially had been very costly, and upscaling of any technology depends on the number of users. And the more the number of users are there, the cost of technology comes down. Even the cost of insurance, which was earlier very prohibitive. The entire insurance used to be reinsured to a larger insurer. Now Indian insurance firms are taking that hit on themselves, because they have more understanding, more data, and that is how they are transforming the entire ecosystem, agriculture landscape in India. And apart from that also, there is a lot of startups who are coming in this agri-tech space. AgHub is one of the startup incubation center in Andhra Pradesh Agriculture University. One of my other friend who did agriculture with me, graduation, he's the CEO out there. And we keep having this chat, and the issue with AgTech is on lab, the technology looks very, very very fruitful, but its adoption and upscaling is very prohibitive. because you need not only have to go there and sell your product, but also have to service it. And to get people to have that understanding, it's very difficult. The commercial viability is a challenge, and once the commercial viability is taken care of, I think smart agriculture is going to be the future. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Zaidiji. HDFC Bank is anyway not joining us. Has not been able to connect, right? But I can highlight anyway because we have worked extensively with the financial system. So financial intermediation and digitization of finance for farmers is a critical intervention. So there are agencies like Samunati, for example, which is an NBFC. Several such NBFCs. There is Avanti Finance, there is Friends of Women World Banking, Vijayalakshmi Dasji's institution, who are into microfinance and financing for FPOs also. Now what they have is they are also looking at developing FPOs into Sakis or business correspondents, BCs. So different words are used, BCs are one option. So reaching out to the micro enterprises like MSME ko reach out karna hai, I mean reach karna through associations. That is the standard entry platform. For farmers through FPOs is now becoming the fashion. Because Government of India foundations, more than 20,000 companies itself, farmer producer companies in India as on today, other than cooperatives, etc. So FPOs can be the via media soluted. There are interventions going on. So digital financial inclusion, there are the packages and softwares have been developed by HDFC Bank, developed by Samunati. Every bank has their packages. Two kinds of inclusion is looked. One is loans to the FPO to make them startups, agripreneur startups. So they are doing input operations, they are doing market operations. Many FPOs are doing 14 crore business in India, many of our own FPOs. They start out with 1 crore, then 14 crore. Input business, output business, etc. Next thing we find is also microfinance lending. So microcredit lending to their member farmers, 1 lakh loan, 50,000 loan, as complementary to KCC, Kisan Credit Card or Animal Husbandry Credit Card is something that is ongoing in a big way. So both of these FPOs are the route now, used by banks and by NBFCs. Individual financing to farmers, member farmers, and group financing to the FPO. This is the thing that is used. Here basically a lot of advanced IT tools are deployed, but to the extent of going in for more advanced tools is something that is pending, is what our impression has been. It is basically tools in terms of relaxation in appraisal norms, that kind of thing. But going to the extent of studying the credit history of a farmer, studying the banking history of a farmer, then evolving a credit score on the level of India level. But internationally it is being done by many service providers. Key credit history for someone who has no formal banking. That is what is happening throughout the world, right from Africa, etc. India, we have to upgrade to that level. So, Chairman Ji, your suggestions and inputs before we close the session.
Even as Padmanabhan sir said, even for MSME, they don't have the credit history. Many people, they don't maintain accounts. So even that becomes a bit difficult for the bankers to evaluate their cases. Yes. So, before summing up, any other questions from the audience? Any questions related to the session? Some people are there, some. See, especially in agri sector, automation is more happening, but technology has to penetrate into the sector. That is what the efforts of all the stakeholders are, like our Grant Thompson and banks. Through FPOs, they are penetrating into the agri sectors. Like as Professor Padmanabhan said, whenever any initiatives to be taken for industries, they go through MSMEs and associations. But now when initiation has to be taken for the farmers' means, and FPO is the route. So whoever is wanted to get the help, they have to be in the form of FPOs. Even government is also encouraging the FPOs, and financial inclusions also you can get easily. That is what the conclusion given by Padmanabhan sir. And the same way, our other JD also given a very good inputs talking about Israel set model. So coming to Israel, yes, they are number one in automation and technology comparing with us. Even what are the technology we want to adopt, many people look at Israel to implement in India. So that way, technology has to be embraced by the industry, and also automation is happening anyway. Even the crop, for putting the crop as well as the cutting, everything is happening automation. So nowadays, even picking up some of the plants also automation has come nowadays. So those things we are able to do well. So we hope.
I have got a point to make.
Yeah, please.
As regards the smart agriculture for agri-business in stakeholders, in Tamil Nadu, the Tamil Nadu Agricultural University at Coimbatore is having an MBA program in agri-business management, and most of them are entrepreneurs. And they have a skill development center in Guindy, which organizes 2 days programs, 3 days programs, and also long duration programs for stakeholders in smart agriculture practices. Similarly, the only university for fisheries in the whole of India, the Tamil Nadu Dr. J. Jayalalitha Fisheries University, based at Nagapattinam, it also organizes several skill development programs for the fisheries sector. And our panelist was mentioning about the FPO, and 20 FPOs in FFPOs, fisheries organizations, farmer producer organizations have been sanctioned for Tamil Nadu. And the first one has already become operational in Rameswaram, which was yesterday started by the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Mr. M.K. Stalin. It was started yesterday. So the many more FPOs are coming up, and there is a lot of focus on skill development, particularly in fisheries and agri-business activities. As far as the private sector is concerned, the Achi Institute for Entrepreneurship Development, based at Anna Nagar and Mugaper, is having in the MBA program as well as the PGDA program. In the morning it is working in the factory and the farm. It is a work session in the morning from 8 to 1. Only in the afternoon it is affiliated to the Bharatiya University. So the students who are pursuing those courses, they get the practical experience. It's not an internship for 3 months out of 2 years like that. It is out of 2 years. Every day in the morning you have to work in the factory, both in the Achi factory at Ambattur and other places. And in the afternoon, you have to undergo the theory classes prescribed by the Bharatiya University at Coimbatore. So you get the MBA program as well as this one, and they get a stipend because they are working in the morning there. It is all in tie-up with the NSDC, National Skill Development Corporation. I just wanted to bring it to the notice of the elite audience here that not only the private sector as well as the public sector takes a lot of initiative in promoting agri-based industries in the state of Tamil Nadu. Thank you.
So in fact, World Bank project 800 crores Namada help பண்ணிட்டு agri marketing Tamil Nadu government இப்போ implement பண்ணுவாங்க. அந்த 800 crore programல 200 crore FPO போகுது, 500 FPO க்கு, 200 FPOs க்கு, and we are managing many of them. That is one. And most of this fisheries FPO program நாங்க தான் கொண்டு வந்திருக்கோம். Ministry of Fisheries நாங்க தான் manage பண்றோம் டெல்லியில. But what we find is the same thing. With regard to smart agriculture and smart fishery, you say it as smart fishery, how much it is really been incorporated in the field, we are also doubtful. So basic intervention, we are doing it throughout the country, throughout the world, everyone is doing. But when you're looking at the level of interventions that are required now at the next stage, either at Industry 4.4, 4.0 or smart agri, I doubt if much is implemented at all. Because we work in the field, we are the biggest team in the country, 1,200 people doing only this. And we know what is happening in the field. How much is really incorporated, Zaidiji will also say, will not speak in public forum. So, so actual incorporation of these practices, what is required? Linga. So, ESCOT is calling up and saying, we have invested in the tractor for doing this. Now, we want people to get adopted. So, whether people give value for it or not is something we have to see to it, and then ensure that people incorporate. We have market intelligence. We have DigiStacks. How many use the smartphone farmer to predict his either to assess soil moisture content or health or disease-free, reduce this dosage on disease inputs. disease-related pesticides. Practical applicability we have found is very, very limited as of now. So our common agenda, at least let us start with Tamil Nadu, we are doing throughout the country. In Tamil Nadu with TransitCo is, let us demonstrate it. Right? So thank you.
See, being the agri stakeholder, I am exporter of fruits, vegetables. I keep visiting the fields. We export onion, we export green chili, we export lemon, we export banana, pomegranate. I visiting all the fields personally, even coconut. So nowhere we see the adoption of the technology. That is what I am worried about. I am worried, I am concerned. My concern is also just why can't we take it this ground level? Okay, to some extent we are able to see only automation, something automation some places, but not on the other places. So now, coming at the conclusion, can we conclude any other questions? If no other questions, I will conclude. The thing is, since morning we have been talking about all these industry 4.0, and as our skill development chairman, Mr. Anandji has told you very rightly, whatever you are learning, what are you going to do from tomorrow? I want to listen the feedback from someone. Anybody who is taking away the things from today's session. What is the takeaways? Can anybody elaborate? What are you going to implement from today's? Because even if you keep on attending daily also, if you are listening and going back and going to normal, this stage will not be useful for you. So, these kind of programs, all the stakeholders of this who are organizing, they are taking all the pains to impart this knowledge to the stakeholders of the total ecosystem. That is where it would be grateful if you can take this positively and try to implement. Yes, that will be the great result. Definitely there will be great result.
In fact, what I suggest is, as Ravi mentioned is, we have decided internally, how many of you are willing to work on a pilot basis on implementing this? Yes. We look at Industry 4.0. We have interacted with 3 service providers. Number GT order 3 teams were there. There is Dr. Dash, also experts from various other service providers. How many of you are willing to incorporate it on pilot basis? Will you raise your hands? We'll have a teams meeting starting tomorrow or day after. We are looking at cluster based, like Madam said, Madhumati ji said. We are doing it throughout Tamil Nadu. It's not cluster, it's actually consortium based. Consortium based interventions. So we are already initiating lean manufacturing, Six Sigma, initiated raw material banks, etc. throughout Tamil Nadu through TransitCo. Washington is coordinating that. Various soft interventions for developing a cooperative industry. We will bring this also. So we will now offer these services with regarding to digitization, machine learning and AI, advanced AI in various processes. Like an entrepreneur said, it depends on you have to identify which process you have to work in, which area you need to work in. You don't have to work in all areas for each sector or value chain. So let us isolate that, but we would like to have volunteers. How many of you are willing to work together? They may be Andhra chamber members or others. And we will look at a pooled intervention on pilot basis. TransitCo will be monitoring it. Uma Shankarji is there. And the service providers will be presenting the initiative to you. You can decide who to work with and take the job. How many of you are willing to raise your hands? How many of you are MSMEs?
2.
MSMEs,
3, 4, 5. Please take, somebody, can you take the names of them? Somebody can note the names?
Can you just give a brief profile of which sector you are in and your turnover? Just please.
Please take the names of the people who are raised hands.
Sector and turnover. Yeah.
Hi, this is Edil Arsan from Coding YouTube channel. Actually, electrical panel board manufacturer, and I just took up my dad's business, and we have been doing that almost more than 30 years, and I look to step it up and adopt the Industry 4 revolution especially. And I do have basic knowledge on ML and things, so I would really like to upskill further and take it up next level.
So what is your present turnover?
We are doing around 1.5 C to 2 C.
My name is Venkat. We are from an organization called Build HR. So we are an HR consultant and an HR technology company. I'm representing my MD here. So we are basically into the technology front. So, and we also listen to Madhumati madam on how to adopt the upskilling and stuff. So those are all our key implementation points, and we also have a lot of things to do. Ankush was talking about ML and AI, and we are stepping into that on the HR front, and also into multiple industries where we are trying to implement the ERP for them. So in that way, we
you offer services in terms of ML.
Correct.
Really? So you should be the service provider category.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So you would be the service provider category, not the MSME.
Right.
Please.
Thank you.
Certainly. Please, anybody else? There are 3 people there. Last one.
Good evening to everybody. I am Manivandan, representing a food industry called Osborne Essential Oils. We are doing 10 crores per annum.
Thank you. Somebody has noted down phone numbers and all.
Hello everyone, good evening. My name is Shimi Jayesh. I am representing Coursenal Systems, Hyderabad. So we are basically a SaaS provider. So we are into artificial intelligence with IoT, providing, earlier we were doing RFID, biometric, smart cards. And now we recently dipped our toes into real-time container tracking with ports, terminals, shipping yards, etc. And also into digital mining. So we are slowly trying to expand our product offering, not only in India, globally as well. So we recently registered in the US as well. Not a physical company, but just registration there, looking for partners to globally expand our business.
You had mentioned your interest in connecting with FPOs. Can you elaborate on that?
So, in the sense like we are not getting into the right, right customers or right clients whom we are looking for. So we wanted to get into that channel. We don't know how Grant Thornton can help us, since you mentioned about the intervention with the MSMEs, and our turnover is currently 8 crores. So we just started 11 years back. So yeah.
So you will also be in the service provider category, not in the MSME category.
Maybe.
Fine, no problem.
Thank you.
Yes, I will also volunteer for myself under this, because I am also one of the stakeholders to carry forward. Not service provider, MSME under. Yeah.
So Ravi is also volunteer, so that's fine. What I suggest is we write down a offering, what is done for agripreneur entrepreneurs, meaning agripreneur entrepreneur, one for general MSMEs, 2 pages, and you can circulate to all your members. So because not everyone is here, I'm sure you have thousands of members, not even 1%, 0.0% here. So you can circulate it in 3 or 4 days' time. Email it to all or WhatsApp. And then we can identify the list, and then we can have virtual presentation by all the service providers here who are here, and then see that who is interested in what service and take it to the next level. We focus on Tamil Nadu because Madhumati ji is here. So, Tamil Nadu also. But Jaydeep ji is more keen on Andhra. No, Telangana, Andhra, Jaydeep ji would prefer. Absolutely. But Madhumati ji and Uma Shankar ji can just put your hands. Uma Shankar ji has led the cluster revolution in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu 200 clusters, 50 clusters, 10 kodi, 20 kodi CFCs. Uma Shankar ji has coordinated from the state government point of view. So for last 20 years. So he is still continuing. Back after retirement, invited again to do these interventions for MSME by Madhumati. So he's there. Let us take these interventions also forward. So you can connect with Uma Shankar ji, you can meet madam also. We'll draft a letter tomorrow itself, send it on. Right? Both the things. One is for agri MSMEs, other is for general MSMEs, right? Including FPOs. So thank you.
So thank you very much. So Professor Padmanabhanji or Mr. Jaydeep.
Thank you so much, panelists. It was a wonderful session. I would request Padmanabhan sir to please stay back, sir. So we will move ahead with the valedictory section. I would like to invite Dr. M.K. Muthuvelu sir, Mr. Narasimhan, Treasurer ACC, and Mr. M.K. Anand, and Mrs. Ragini Peter, Secretary General ACC, to please come up on stage, and we'll start with the valedictory section. I would request Mr. M.K. Anand, Chairman, MSME and ICT Subcommittee and EC member, Andhra Chamber of Commerce, to please come up on stage and sum up the conference.
Thank you. Very good evening, one and all. Thank you very much, delegates on the dais, off the dais. It's pretty interesting that, a day-long stay for learning, which is something really to be appreciated. I think they all deserve a round of applause, sir. I think we need to give them a round of applause to each one of them. So, it's our proud moment because Chamber is taking leaps and falls. We are just not only doing transfer of knowledge, knowledge session that we do every single time. We are actually stepping up into action. Action item is very important. As Rama Venugopal Madam beautifully said, global call to action. It's not just about local, but global, which means we are stepping into various technologies revolution to be part of our day-to-day business environment. We started with a wonderful inaugural address by Tirumati Madhumati IAS, Managing Director Transitco. What a profound thought she shared. She explained everything in a very, very simple, both in her inaugural address as well as as a chairperson of the Smart Manufacturing panel discussion. She explained in a very, very simple, anybody can understand. And really we are grateful to such participation from the state government. And after the inaugural, of course, Dr. Carlson Klin from FNF, Southeast Asia, came all the way from Delhi, and he also shared his insights and his support, a warm welcoming Andhra Chamber of Commerce to take it to the next level. He also raised two concerns that he said about recession part, which was also apparently addressed by other panelists, and skilling. Subsequently, our panel discussions, all the 5 panel discussions. Imagine a conference where we almost covered all the aspects of the Industry 4.0 in nutshell. I mean, this is also recorded, right, from artificial intelligence and machine learning. IoT is the first panel discussion. Elaborately they discussed. Professor P. Padmanabhan chaired the panel, and phenomenally they shared the insights. Subsequently we moved on to digital transformation, and I was also part of the digital transformation panel, where we talked about the change management and the banking sector. How are we going to be ready to embrace even government by registering ourselves with the Vodayam portal, make it more visible so that we can avail all the policy decisions that the government is doing. And then we moved on to smart manufacturing, where we had Tirumati Madhumati IAS, Managing Director Transitco. She again very enthusiastically participated. In fact, she spent more than 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours for our conference today, which is a great sign, I would say. and she shared her insights, and a couple of other panelists talked about their experiences. Grant Thornton expert shared about that smart people, smart process, and then he said smart technologies. And he said smart technologies, not the first one, the smart people is going to be the first one. So how are we going to recruit right set of people, skilling them, upscale them, all that. Then followed by we had skill development, skill training 4.0, where Madam Rama Venugopal chaired the panel. She talked about 5.0 and 6.0 and the STEM. She emphasized more on the STEM. In fact, 28th we are going to have our 96th birthday, which is 95th anniversary and 96th birthday of the chamber at Taj Coromandel. We have an internal program as well, where we are going to talk more about STEM. I think STEM is part of our conference also on 28th. So she's been emphasizing this STEM aspect. For last couple of weeks, Madam Rama Venugopal talks more about STEM in our chamber internal meetings, which means we wanted to bring this academia and industry connect over the period of time. I'm sure Grant Thornton would be able to support us in this endeavor also, because one of the participants asked this question, so how are we going to connect this? So since we have MOU with about 8 institutions and more institutions are interested to show alignment with us, I'm sure we'll be able to form a beautiful convergence between the industry, institution and consulting organization like Grant Thornton, who's already a master in this field of taking government policies to the common man or the entrepreneurs. And then we moved on to the last panel, agriculture, smart agriculture, and where Mr. Koteshwar Rao, our EC member, in fact, he ran a poll and we made both Professor B. Padmanand and Koteshwar Rao. They ran a poll and they picked up, I think, 5-6 hands, and you all showed a lot of interest. Feel free to connect with us. It's not just about only those five people. And you can write to us, speak to us, meet us, visit our office. We have beautiful office in Saidapet, our own office, Andhra Chamber of Commerce. We have Secretary General, Madam Ragini Peter, and they are always available. All 6 days we are available with 8-member teams. You can always visit our chamber. Whenever you pass through Saidapet, we are off Anna Saleh, so you can just peep in, have a cup of coffee with us, discuss with us, and we can collaborate more and more. Maybe we will take your expertise to the other members as well. We don't know. All of us are going to collaborate each other. So with this, we have come to the end of the session. This session is going to be kind of, we need to do what we call networking. I hope all of you have started networking. I hope all of you share your visiting cards to each other. How many of you did it? Have you all met each other and exchanged your visiting cards? That is very, very important. For such conferences, we need to meet and greet and collect visiting cards and network. Maybe meet later point in time also. And with that, I will leave it to the delegates here to run through this validatory function, and then probably we'll move for, I think, coffees are arranged, right? Tea, coffee, we can have a refreshment and then leave on. Thank you so much for patient listening. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to invite Professor V. Padmanand, sir, from partner Grant Thornton, to please give us the summary learnings from the conference.
I think more than the summary learnings, the way ahead is what I focus on. The summary learnings are very well summarized by Anandji. Let us not go back to that. The way ahead, 2 things. One is we will be circulating, other than the people, the gentlemen and madam who had given their names as service providers and also as potential beneficiaries in implementing this intervention for the MSME sector. We will be circulating by tomorrow evening throughout all the Andhra Chamber members. Madam will be circulating on the option of coming on board for receiving the service. So we have the service providers at one end, we have the receivers. So I'm sure your thousands of members would be going, we'll be getting at least 100, 200 people who are interested in that. Then we have a virtual meet. It could be in 3-4 days time, anytime, we only 12 days notice. We have the service providers, we have GT also, but whatever area they have expertise in, we have expertise in, providing their inputs, value chain wise. So what we have seen in wherever we are doing this common initiative for MSME, raw material bank or lean manufacturing, Six Sigma, all these common, or even ISO, common initiative, basic ISO, SA 8000, all these we have found where they have the same value chain, the service provider's cost can be optimized or reduced by half. So ISO also SA 8000 or reduced by half. Otherwise lean manufacturing is say 20 lakhs for one enterprise. Same 20 lakhs for 10 enterprises. We did it for Tirupur for 200 in 1 year itself. So things like this we can do because a lot of cost optimization available to the service provider. So let us make the service provider also happy and the MSME also, only then it's sustainable. And the MSME is also benefited through this kind of value chain focused and through consortia based initiative. So whether it should be 5 companies, similar companies in one region, where should be located, all that we'll decide in the next stage. Now finding out people who are interested, segregate them into particular value chains, activities, people who are willing to work together under this initiative, and then we make presentation with success stories, whatever, and then go ahead. I think this will be a model for the country. Otherwise, all this high technology that we speak about, we heard today, we are the biggest, I mean, very humbly, we are the biggest consultants in the agri space and the MSME space in India. Right, India meaning we are the largest country in the world, so the world also, in team, budget, everything. And we know that this is not really being going to the grassroots. Right? It is only maybe fringe, 1%, 2%, a few large farmers, medium-sized units, larger, smaller, incorporating. Others are not even aware. Even if they are aware of the service, they don't know how to use it. So there are lots of critical gaps. So let us ensure that we, through this consortia mode that we implement, and value chain-based consortia mode, we can take this also, demonstrate in Tamil Nadu and Andhra and Telangana, of course, and then take it to the rest of the country, is what we are willing to, we are committed. And GT is funded for all this also. Our team is available anytime. So let's see how we can work this together. Thank you. One more suggestion I have is our summer team. We have our EMU director also here. So we can also try to ensure how we can onboard Andhra chamber to skills development schemes. So it's not only Association who can do 20 crores activity and benefiting 5,000 from that because other people can also do. So this also we will work on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to invite Mrs. Ragini Peter, Secretary General ACC, to end this wonderful program with a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Preeti. On behalf of the President, Dr. Indra Dutt, the Executive Committee members, all members of the Chamber, and the Secretariat of Andhra Chamber, it is my privilege and pleasure to propose the vote of thanks. Firstly, the Chamber places on record its sincere thanks and appreciation to FNF for its continuous support to the Chamber in conducting industry-related conferences and skill development programs, and they have done it for years now. And this especially for the benefit of the MSME sector. A special thanks to Dr. Carsten Klein, who has driven these initiatives from FNF. Next, the Chamber thanks Grant Thornton for putting together such a rich resource of knowledge and panelists to make this conference a highly practical and solution-oriented event. And not only that, he just mentioned it, it is followed up with an action-packed plan. So please do be in touch with us post the conference also, so that we take forward all the learnings from this and put it in action. The Chamber next puts on record its sincere thanks to Ms. Madhumati IS, MD of Transitco, for taking the time to be here in person and share her knowledge and insights into the industry needs, issues, and probable solutions. The Chamber also thanks all the panelists who have contributed to the meaningful and solution-finding discussions today. Thank you all the panelists. Our sincere thanks to all the Executive Committee members, Dr. Muthuvel, Mr. Narasimhan, Dr. Koteswar Rao, Ms. Rama Venugopal and Mr. Anand for their hands-on support to make this conference a success in addressing practical challenges faced by industry and MSMEs and developing a framework within which MSMEs can upgrade and keep up with current global trends. The Chamber also places on record its thanks to the media, the press, and the YouTube channel
intelligentsia for bringing the proceedings today to a larger audience. Last but not the least, my sincere thanks to Ms. Vijay Lakshmi, our F&F advisor and my predecessor here at the chamber, who has worked behind the scenes over the last month to bring this conference to fruition today. Finally, a big thanks to my colleagues in the Secretariat who have worked hard to ensure that everything today went well on ground without a hitch. And last of all, and finally, a very big thanks to the audience who have taken the time off the whole day to be here with us and to participate in this. And we do hope that this has benefited you for your businesses and at a personal level to upgrade your skill sets, or at least to follow up with action. Thank you all. Please join us for tea. It's arranged there in the foyer.